I do not have a gavel, so this is how it's going to go. Thank you for being here. I now call to order this hearing for the County of Montgomery for the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Thank you all for being here. Every time we do this, it's an important moment, so your presence is very much appreciated. This is also just a way for us to show how government can work for the people, because that is why we are here. We will start this hearing with the reading of House Bill 307, which is what allowed the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation to come to be, followed by a reading of the protocols for conduct and testimony for today's hearing. Following that, we will hear the narrative summary for the 3 known victims of racial terror lynchings in Montgomery County: George Peck, John Diggs Dorsey, and Sidney Randolph. After we hear about each victim, there will be a presentation by the research committee regarding their findings pertaining to each case. Then we will transition to what is the most sacred part of this hearing, which is the testimony from descendants. After that, we will have an intermission to give ourselves time to decompress. And then we will then transition to the phase that includes testimony from expert witnesses. Excuse me. During that time, the commission may also respond to a question after a witness has concluded their testimony. And then lastly, we will open up the floor to public comment. A little bit of housekeeping. Bathroom is directly out of that door. You will see it over, I think, slightly to your left. Yep. We want to acknowledge our colleagues at the Maryland State Police. We have one posted inside. Yep, you just waved. And we have one outside, so govern yourselves accordingly, all right? I have no doubt that we will, but just to remind you, govern yourselves accordingly. We also want to acknowledge our colleagues at Living and Growing. If you could just wave your hands. We know that this process can be very emotional. Honestly, it should be. So if you need the space to process, to talk, to go over what you have heard, please, Living and Growing is here specifically for that reason. To our ASL interpreters, they are here. Thank you for being here to make sure that we have accessibility for all. To our program manager, did I get everything when it comes to housekeeping?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So at this time, I would like to acknowledge our Vice Chair, Dr. Charles Chavis, who will help us proceed with our hearing this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Fakunle. At this time, I would like to call Madam Assistant Attorney General Kristen McFarland, who will cite this specific statute that requires this hearing.
Good morning, everyone. The legislation creating the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission was signed into law in April 2019. It has since been amended to extend the commission's sunset date from 2022 to 2026. The act states as follows, and I will read it in brief so it's not verbatim, but it states, whereas lynching or the extra-legal murder of an individual in an act of mob violence is a violation of the rights to due process and equal protection of the law. And whereas at least 40 African Americans were lynched by white mobs in Maryland between 1854 and 1933. And whereas no person was ever tried, convicted, or otherwise brought to justice for participating in these racially motivated lynchings. And whereas various state, county, and local government entities colluded in the commission of these crimes and conspired to conceal the identities of the parties involved. And whereas these crimes far exceeded any notion of justice, just retribution, or just punishment, but were intended to terrorize African American communities and force them into silence and subservience to the ideology of white supremacy. And whereas no victim's family or community ever received a formal apology or compensation from the state, county, or local government entities for the violent loss of their men. And whereas restorative justice requires a full knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the truth before there can be any meaningful reconciliation. Now, therefore, be it enacted by the General Assembly of Maryland that there is a Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission The act further provides for commission members consisting of representatives from the Commission on Civil Rights, the State Archives, the Maryland Historical Trust, the Commission on African American History and Culture, the Maryland State Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Reginald F. Lewis Museum of African American History and Culture, the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, the Maryland Historical Society, the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, the Lily Mae Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, Maryland's 4 historically Black universities, Bowie State University, Coppin State University, Morgan State University, and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, with 4 public members appointed by the governor. Staff of the commission is provided by Bowie State University in consultation with the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project and by the Office of the Attorney General. The staff member provided by the Office of the Attorney General may issue a subpoena for the attendance of a witness to testify or for the production of documents in connection with any investigation or hearing conducted by the commission. The commission shall hold regional hearings open to the public in areas in which a lynching of an African American by a white mob has been documented. Receive from the public, including those from the families and communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, recommendations for addressing, engaging, and reconciling communities affected by racially motivated lynchings, including the erection of memorial plaques or signage at or near the sites of racially motivated lynchings, and make recommendations for addressing the legacy of lynching that are rooted in the spirit of restorative justice. In the hearings, the commission may research cases of racially motivated lynchings for which there is no documentation should those cases be brought to the commission's attention, and the involvement of state, county, and local government entities and relevant news media in cases of racially motivated lynching. On September 1st, 2020, the commission submitted an interim report of its findings and recommendations to the governor and to the General Assembly. On or before December 1st, 2025, the commission shall submit a final report of its findings and recommendations to the governor and to the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Attorney General. Very quickly, before we proceed, I would like the commissioners who are in attendance to introduce themselves. So we'll just go down the line. If you could just give your name and your affiliation, and then we'll also acknowledge those commissioners who are not able to attend in person. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maya Davis, and I'm the chair of the Maryland Commission on African American History and Culture, serving in that capacity on the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
I'm Nicholas Crary, and I'm the Vice President of the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project.
Amy Millen, I'm a member at large appointed by the governor.
Charles Chavis, I'm Vice Chair of the Commission and a member appointed by the governor.
David Falconley, Chair, representing the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum.
Lindsay Baker, Maryland Humanities.
David Armenti, Maryland Center for History and Culture, formerly known as the Maryland Historical Society.
Taisha Dupree Wilson, history professor, representing Coppin State University.
Chris Haley, Maryland State Archives.
All right, and very quickly, just acknowledging our commissioners who are not able to join us in person. Dr. representing the Lily Mae Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum, Dr. Simone Barrett of Morgan State University, Commissioner Michelle Coles, Dr. Roger Davison of Bowie State University, Elizabeth Hughes of the Maryland Historical Trust, Carl Snowden of the NAACP Maryland State Conference, Marshall Stevenson of the Maryland Eastern Shore, Stephanie Sewerf of the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights, and Robert Parker of the Reginald Lewis Museum. And a quick shout out to our staff, Krista McFarland, Sophia Sike, and yes, Trish Boyle. Thank you. All right.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Fakunle. At this time, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Amy Millen to explain the code of conduct for the hearing, to explain the process for testimonies and public comment.
Thank you. Members of the public had the opportunity to submit testimony via email to mltrc@maryland.gov prior to today's hearing. During this hearing, questions and comments from members of the public, both here and online, will have the opportunity to submit additional comments or questions. If you are online, you may use the same email, mltrc@maryland.gov. If you are here attending in person, there's paper in the back with our project manager, Trish Boyle, and there are pencils up front. So please feel free to reach out, jot down questions or comments throughout. When doing so, please provide your name and organizational affiliation, if any, and limit your comment or question to no more than 3 sentences. Questions and comments, as well as live testimony, must be limited to the topic of discussion for today's hearing. If your comment or question is off topic, it will not be included in the hearing or your live testimony will end. Comments, questions, and testimony should be presented with decorum and the respect appropriate for conducting this public hearing. Any comments or questions containing obscene language or language inciting imminent violence will not be addressed, and any live testimony containing such language will end. Finally, please note that members of the media may be present during today's hearing, and as such, public comments, questions, and testimony may be broadcast or printed by news outlets.
Thank you, Commissioner Millen. At this time, I'd like to call Commissioner Maya Davis, who will begin by presenting the history of our 3 victims, George Peck, John Diggs Dorsey, and Sidney Randolph. Commissioner, Davis. Yes. Commissioner Davis.
Good morning. I want to start by saying thank you for all of you for coming out today. This is really a heavy lift, and it takes a community like the one that we're in to actually see this through. We, as a commission, have worked with a number of individuals from various coalitions, and it is my pleasure to serve with my co-chair, colleague liaison, Dr. Taisha Dupree-Wilson, in serving with the Montgomery County Lynching as the liaison for that group, and working with individuals from MoCo LAMP, the Reparations Commission, and also our chair, Amy Millen. So I want to start by using a statement that we had from our interim report to start with, and just thank and go back a little bit in time. And I'm using this exact quote from our report, where it says, independent of and predating the efforts of the Equal Justice Initiative, Dr. David Taft Terry, the former director of the Legacy of Slavery in Maryland program at the Maryland State Archives, documented lynchings in the state of Maryland, and that was from 2001 to 2004, and it really is the impetus for how this information starts to be shared online when we're thinking about things being made accessible, which was a huge initiative of the Maryland State Archives. He led the effort to create Judge Lynch's Court, a digital exhibit and database documenting the legacy of lynching in Maryland. This initial study provided the foundation for other lynching studies and complemented existing studies and scholarship, including the groundbreaking work of Sherilyn Eiffel, Esquire, noted civil rights attorney and author of Creating a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for Lynching, and On the Courthouse Lawn, Confronting the Legacy of Lynching in the 21st Century. Further, in June 2016, the Lily Carroll Jackson Civil Rights Museum in Baltimore, an off-site unit of Morgan State University, unveiled its exhibition on Maryland lynchings that galvanized Baltimore's civil rights leaders in the 1930s. It revealed more than 40 Maryland lynchings. Later that same year, Nicholas Creary, then of Bowie State University, led a small group of students in conducting a more comprehensive study of racial terror lynching in Maryland, the Free State. In 2016, Dr. Creary published a report that identified a total of 40 lynchings in Maryland between 1854 and 1933. There is now evidence of at least 42 such murders, and it is my honor to also serve with Dr. Creary here on this commission. And from that, it flourished into great work that had been done by Will Schwartz to collectively bring together communities across the state and allow us to work with a number of coalitions, including MoCo Lamp. And I just cannot say enough about MoCo Lamp and the work that they've done. It will be from their website that I am reading some of these horrendous acts of lynchings in Montgomery County. And I also want to acknowledge Sarah Hedlund from Montgomery History, who's done extensive research. If I went through the research that she has done, I would be here until 2 o'clock. She has done such amazing work, and I really want to honor her work and that of Anthony Cohen. Neither Anthony Cohen or Sarah Hedlund could be with us today, which we had wished they could, but we are so thankful to them for the work that they have done. So thank you all. So I will begin with George Peck. And I'm going to read what was shared from the MoCo Lamp website, but then also that of our researchers from Brett, Tyler, and Donna Holly. George Washington Peck was born into slavery in 1858 and lived in the Poolesville, Billsville area his entire life. In early 1880, he was working for the Bell family. On the morning of Saturday, January 10th, he was found struggling with Ada Hayes, a young white girl who also worked for the Bells. The witness, a local minister, accused Mr. Peck of attempted rape. Ada was later examined by the local doctor, who concluded she was somewhat bruised but otherwise unharmed. Later that day, Mr. Peck was arrested by the local constable, James Hugh Miles, who initially brought him to the Oddfellows Hall in Poolesville. Rather than continue to the Rockville jail, which was then a 4-hour journey, the constable reportedly planned to bring Mr. Peck to Miles' own home for safety. But Miles first stopped at the general store, supposedly to get some supplies, although it was by then 11 p.m. At the store, an angry white mob soon gathered, seizing Mr. Peck, forcing a noose around his neck and dragging him to the vacant lot across from the Poolesville Presbyterian Church. There, he was hanged from a locust tree. The following morning, as parishioners arrived for Sunday services, Mr. Peck's body was finally cut down and buried unceremoniously in an unmarked grave. According to the Baltimore Sun, within days he was exhumed by colored people and buried in their churchyard near the village. That the local Black community claimed his body for churchyard burial suggests that he was considered one of their own and not a notorious criminal. No one was ever tried for Mr. Peck's murder. And now I will go through our victim profile. George Peck, race, African American, gender, male, born 1858, age 22. Physical characteristics, according to the Baltimore Sun paper of January 13, 1880, Peck was of rather slight build, very dark complexioned, and weighed about 150 pounds. In regard to his family and community, we don't know much about his family. The community, Montgomery County, remained rural through the 1880s, consisting primarily of small farms. Of the 24,800 county residents recorded in the 1880 census, nearly 1/3 were Black. A few churches and schools, such as Elijah Rest Methodist Episcopal Church and Pleasantville School, were established in post-Civil War Montgomery County by formerly enslaved and free Blacks, including those in Poolesville's Black community of Sugar Land. Racial tensions remained high, as evidenced by the 1880 lynchings in the Montgomery County of both Peck and John Diggs Dorsey, who I will share more about later. His occupation, he was a laborer. He was employed at the time of his lynchings by Bellsville, Maryland storekeeper Lemuel Bell. The alleged assault occurred in Bellsville, Montgomery County, Maryland. Peck was lynched in Poolesville, approximately 2.5 miles away. The birthplace is unknown, but likely Montgomery County, Maryland. It is unknown what his religion is, but he likely would have been Methodist, as were many blacks in the Poolesville area. Personal history: he was formerly enslaved by William Poole near Poolesville. The January 13, 1880 Baltimore Sun reported Peck as a former convict. Additional research is underway to determine if this is a valid claim. Worked as a farmer in 1870 for Howard Griffith. Tangential cases is John Diggs Dorsey, also lynched in Montgomery County in 1880. Maryland resident James Carroll was lynched in Loudoun County, Virginia, near Point of Rocks, Maryland, in April of 1879, and Michael Green in Prince George's County in Maryland. The lynching investigation. The rationale for the lynching: Peck was allegedly caught in the act of attempted rape of Ada Hayes on January 10, 1880. Hayes was the adopted daughter of local farmer H.M. Reeves and was employed and living in the home of Bellsville storekeeper Lemuel Bell. And on those properties, Peck is supposed to have assaulted Hayes. The alleged assault was interrupted by a local preacher who held Peck at gunpoint until the county constable arrived, at which time Peck fled but was recaptured. The local judge ordered Peck taken to the Rockville jail, but en route, the constable was overwhelmed by the mob, and Peck was hung in a nearby field. Key individuals and witnesses who are white unless otherwise specified are Ada Hayes, the alleged victim, H.M. Reeves, the adoptive father of Ada Hayes, Lemuel Bell, Peck's employer and Hayes' employer, and in whose home she lived, Reverend Calvin Amy, who interrupted the alleged assault and detained Peck, Constable James Mills, arrested Peck and later lost him to the lynch mob, Judge Stephen G. Donahoe ordered Peck jailed, Charles Elgin, Tremont Jones, Frank Williams, William Griffith, Lemuel Bell, Richard Spates, Frank Spates, Frank Sparrow, Charles Matthews, G. McIntosh, Thomas Davis, and Thomas Fife, all inquest jurors who determined the lynch mob members as unknown. Key locations to the lynching: Lemuel Bellsville property on which the alleged assault of Hayes occurred, Reverend Amy's home near Bell's property from where Amy allegedly heard Hayes' screams, the Oddfellows Hall in Poolesville, Maryland, where Constable Mills detained Peck en route to Rockville, Constable Mills' home where Mills allegedly attempted to take Peck in an unsuccessful attempt to avoid the lynch mob outside of the Oddfellows Hall, W.T. Walters' Poolesville store near the Oddfellows Hall, where Constable Mills stopped en route to his home, and Poolesville Presbyterian Church near the field where Peck was lynched. The political implications. There were no short-term political implications following Peck's murder, as was the case in nearly all lynchings occurring during the late 19th and early 20th century. National and local politicians often shared the views of the lynch mob members, and the political will to effectively prosecute or enact appropriate laws did not exist. Lynchings, however, highlighted the social and legal injustices which would lead to the successful civil rights movement of the mid-20th century. Public and political reactions. There were no known political reactions. Blacks in Montgomery County were intimidated, did not react outwardly, but continued to forge relationships and build institutions to serve their segregated communities. The white community, including the local and national press, expressed outrage at the alleged assault and demonized Peck. Go to the next slide. The second lynching in Montgomery County took place 6 months after the first. John Dorsey, also known as John Diggs, lived and worked in Darnestown. He was employed as a laborer by a middle-aged couple, James and Lenny Shifley. On July 24, 1880, Mr. Shifley went to Beltsville on business, leaving Mr. Diggs Dorsey to take care of the farm. The next morning, Mrs. Shifley, badly injured, appeared at her neighbor's door. She accused Mr. Diggs Dorsey of having sexually assaulted her and beating her up. forcing her to stay with him in her bedroom all night. A 2-day manhunt in Maryland and Virginia led to his capture. He was delivered to the jail in Rockville on July 26, all the while insisting he had not harmed Mrs. Schiffley. Several hours later, in the early morning hours of July 27th, a lynch mob of 30 to 40 men, including Mr. Schiffley, forced their way into the jail. They made the prisoner walk in shackles about a mile outside town on Route 28. There, they hung him from the limb of a large cherry tree. In the morning, several hundred white people gathered around the body, cutting the rope into pieces for souvenirs. Mr. Diggs Dorsey insisted he was innocent until his death. He was buried in the Potter's Field in an unmarked grave. The jury of inquest found that he died by violence committed by parties unknown. And at this time, we have not received the updated victim profile from our researchers, so I will move forward to Sydney Randolph. And like George Peck, I will begin with the information provided from MoCo LAMP and then go to the victim profile for Sydney Randolph. A native of Georgia in his mid-20s, Sydney Randolph was an itinerant laborer who was walking on what is now Muddy Branch Road, soon after a brutal attack on a white family. On May 25, 1896, the Buxtons were asleep in their bed in the early morning hours when an intruder attacked them with an axe. The youngest child, Sadie, later died from her injuries. Rumors soon spread that a black man had been seen in the vicinity. Several black men were arrested, but Mr. Randolph came to be viewed as the primary suspect. Professional detectives were brought in from Washington and Baltimore to investigate the case, which was reported widely throughout the United States. They could find no motive for Sydney Randolph, a stranger to the area, to have committed the crime, and they doubted he was the culprit. But in an inquest, not a trial, the jury, after 30 minutes deliberation, returned a verdict that Randolph alone was to be held for Sadie Buxton's murder. Over a 6-week period, he was held in jails in Baltimore and Rockville. During repeated interrogations, he maintained his innocence. On July 4th, a mass mob of white men dragged him from his cell in the Rockville jail, brutally beat him, and hanged him from a tree just outside of town along Route 355. His murderers were never identified or brought to justice for this crime. According to the Washington Bee, a newspaper published by prominent black journalist W. Calvin Chase, the unwritten law of Maryland is that if a white person is killed and the murder cannot be found, some Negro must have done it. And now I will go to Sydney Randolph's victim profile. The name of the victim is Sydney Randolph. His alias is Ben Temple, as suggested by a letter from Walter Gain, clerk of the Baldwin County, Georgia Superior Court, where Randolph's hometown of Milledgeville is located, to Deputy Montgomery County Sheriff Horton Thompson. His race is African American. His gender is male. The age that he was lynched is approximately 25 years old, having been born between 1868 and 1874. His physical characteristics: Randolph was described as very black and has a short growth of whiskers on his chin by the Baltimore Sun on May 26, 1896. The Washington Post of August 22, 2018, without identifying the primary source, reported Randolph as having been described as muscular and 6 feet tall. The Macon Telegraph of July 5, 1896, reported that Ben Temple had scars next to each eye and that Sydney Randolph was found to have similar scars upon examination by Sheriff Thompson of Montgomery County. Was he literate? That is undetermined, and his marital status undetermined. In regard to family and community, Sydney Randolph, as reported in the June 11, 1896 evening edition of the Washington Times, did not have living parents or siblings. The The paper reported him as saying he had been raised on General Sanford's plantation near Macon, Georgia, by a Porter Boyer. Randolph, according to the same article, also described having an aunt and uncle in Macon, Georgia, and in Milledgeville, Georgia, approximately 35 miles west of Macon, Georgia. His community in mid-1890s Gaithersburg, like the surrounding areas of Montgomery County, was rural with an agricultural economy based on corn, wheat, and tobacco. In the 1870 and 1880 United States Census, African Americans were 36% and 37% of the county's total population of 21,000 and 25,000 respectively. Census data for 1890 does not exist. The African American community was and had experienced steady growth during the post-Civil War years. Emory Grove, Pleasant View, and Brook Grove Methodist Episcopal Churches, Longview School, and nearby Quince Orchard Colored Schools are examples of the institutions formed by area African Americans to meet religious, educational, and other needs. There is undetermined whether he had children. His occupation was an itinerant laborer. The Buxton family assault occurred in Gaithersburg, and the lynching of Randolph took place in nearby Rockville, Maryland, the Montgomery County seat. His birthplace, most likely Milledgeville, Georgia. For personal history, Randolph, according to a June 11, 1896 Washington, D.C. Times Herald article, said that he was born in Milledgeville, Georgia, and at a young age relocated to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where he worked for Carnegie Steel Corporation and other local companies. He was also reported as saying that in 1895 or 1896, he moved to the Washington, D.C. area and worked there as well as in Baltimore before seeking farm work in Maryland. There was no evidence of his having an immediate family or any prior incarceration. The tangential cases of racially motivated homicides, Randolph's was the last of the proven Montgomery County lynchings following the 1880 murders of George Peck and John Diggs Dorsey. There were other Maryland lynchings within a few years of Randolph's, including Stephen Williams in 1894 in Prince George's County, James Bowens in 1895 in Frederick County, Jacob Henson Jr. in 1895 in Howard County, William Andrews in 1897 in Somerset County, and Garfield King in 1898 in Wacomico County. The lynching investigation. The rationale for the lynching. The Buxton family, consisting of Richard L. Buxton, his wife, James Anna, who was known as Teenie, daughters Maud and Sadie, and son Carol, were attacked by an axe-wielding assailant at their Gaithersburg, Maryland home in the early morning hours of May 25, 1896. Buxton described the assailant as a tall black man. A search for the assailant by a local pastor, deputy, sheriff, and other residents for suspicious black men led to the apprehension of Sidney Randolph, who was new to the Gaithersburg area and of local resident, George Neal, who was presumed to have a motive for the attack. Buxton's daughter, Sadie, died on June 5, 1896 from her injuries, and the June 12th coroner's inquest jury, which based on questionable evidence and legal proceedings found sufficient reason to hold Randolph for trial for Sadie's murder, resulted in Randolph's continued confinement in the Rockville jail. On July 4th, 1896, a group of masked men, likely incensed by Richard Buxton's belated positive identification of Randolph as the assailant, the misreporting of the inquest jurors' finding of Randolph's guilt, and the recollection of a previous alleged assault on a young white girl by a black man, overpowered the sheriff, captured Randolph, and murdered him by hanging him from a tree on the outskirts of Rockville. After the deliberation of two separate inquests into Randolph's murder, no one was held accountable for his lynching. Key individuals and witnesses are Richard Buxton, his wife, James Anna, daughters Maud and Sadie, and son Carol, victims of the May 25th assault. Dr. E.C. Etchinson attended the Buxton family following the assault. David Vertz, a Buxton family neighbor who testified he saw a colored man running from the English family yard near the Buxton property. Reverend L.L. Lloyd, very active in searching for the Buxton family assailant and in shaping local opinions. Horton G. Thompson, deputy sheriff, accompanied Reverend Lloyd in following footprints from the Buxton home to the residence of George Neal, who was suspected of participating in the assault. Frank Ward and John Garrett, cousins who apprehended Randolph, who was walking on a road leading from Gaithersburg. Ward shot Randolph when he tried to escape. George Neal, a black man, previously convicted of assaulting a white girl and suspected of participating in the Buxton family assault, was jailed but eventually released. Alexander Kilgore, Maryland State's attorney who arranged for detectives from the District of Columbia to investigate the incident. Officers Horn and Whedon, detectives from D.C. who conducted an initial investigation. Officers George Siebold and Herman Poehler, Baltimore police detectives who continued the assault investigation after the D.C. detectives resigned. Curtis Bauman, a justice who served as coroner at the inquest to determine the cause of Sadie Buxton's death. H.W. Gladhill, Upton Darby, John A. Belt, R.H. Miles, W.H. Coombs, Dr. I.G. Warfield, H.B. Kramer, L.B. Hayes, R.B. Briggs, George V. Krause, W.B. Shifley, and R. Dorsey Trundle, members of the coroner's inquest jury regarding the murder of Sadie Buxton. George W. Collier, Montgomery County Sheriff, who moved Randolph from the Rockville jail to secret locations nightly to avoid lynching until he felt the threat no longer existed. Charles Payton, Rockville jailer who lost Randolph to the lynch mob. George Minor Anderson, owner of the property near where Randolph was hung and who summoned authorities after discovering the body the following day. Charles M. Jones, magistrate in the July 1896 inquest of Randolph's death. Benjamin Riggs, who was a foreman. Samuel Soper, George Emmerich, Thomas McCullough, Thomas W. Stonestreet, Samuel A. Matlack, F. Cushman Braddock, William R. Pumphrey, Joseph O. Molden, Wallace E. Ricketts, Lawrence Flack, Charles Ogden, Thomas Mills, all members of the July 1896 coroner's jury investigating of Randolph's murder. James B. Henderson, judge who presided over the November 1896 grand jury inquest to determine Randolph's murderers. Alfred F. Farrell, foreman. William Magruder, Edward B. Brown, Clarence Griffith, Edward R. Allnut, Eugene E. Jarboe, George Trail, Jetson L. Granger, Charles Collingsgrove, Wilson B. Shifley, Lucian T. Walters, Joseph T. Moore, Jr., John W. Briggs, Thomas G. Ward, William T. S. Kirk, John Merson, Joseph M. Burdett, Reuben B. Detrick, William C. Dwyer, Resin Bowman, John P. Stone, Henry Howard, Erasmus Perry, members of the November 1896 grand jury inquest into Randolph's murder. Lloyd Lowndes, Maryland governor, offered a reward for capture of members of the lynch mob. Key locations are the Buxton family's Gaithersburg home, Buxton neighboring homes of Reverend Lloyd and G. Neal, Country Road from Gaithersburg to Hunting Hill where Randolph was apprehended, the Rockville jail where Randolph and Neal were taken initially and from where Randolph was later seized by the mob, Baltimore City Jail, which housed Randolph in an effort to avoid his potential lynching, Norman Hall in Gaithersburg, site of the Sadie Buxton murder inquest, Anderson property near Rockville, where Randolph was lynched. The political implications: in reaction to the broad-based and consistent outcry over Randolph's murder, which came on the heels of the prior week's lynching of Joseph Cockling, a white man awaiting trial in Charles County for the murder of his wife with an axe, a second inquest was convened to identify Randolph's murderers, and the Maryland governor offered a $1,000 reward for the apprehension of lynch mob members. The public and political reactions. There was substantial negative reaction to the unprofessional investigation of the attack on the Buxton family. The unusual legal proceedings in detaining and charging Randolph with the murder of Sadie Buxton and with the failure to hold anyone accountable for his lynching. Prominent Black attorneys John M. Langston and Thomas L. Jones protested the legal proceedings and the lynching. Social activist and journalist Ida B. Wells was quoted in the Washington Evening Star of July 24, 1896 as saying, "Many a Negro are lynched as a scapegoat for another man's crime." An editorial in one of the papers clearly states that the lynching of Sidney Randolph, the Negro lynched in Montgomery County, Maryland, was instigated by the real murderer of Sadie Buxton. Randolph was a scapegoat. There were also rumors of a plot by local Blacks to lynch Richard Buxton in retaliation for his perceived failure to tell the truth about the attack on his family. Thank you. And before I go, again, I just want to give another nod to Dr. David Taft Terry, Sarah Hedlund, Tony Cohen, Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project, and the Maryland State Archives. And off of this list is also the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. And before we proceed, I'd just like to share my appreciation to those dignitaries who are in space with us. So Delegate Williams, thank you for joining us. I see others have joined us. It's very important that we have lawmakers and policymakers to learn this history, to understand the impact of what they have allowed this commission to do. So it truly is an honor for you to be in space with us. So thank you all. As we continue with our hearing, I'd like to recognize Commissioner David Armenti, who leads our research committee, to provide just further evidence and the direction of the research committee regarding these cases in Montgomery County. Commissioner Armenti.
Thank you very much, Chair Fakunle. Thank you, Commissioner Davis, everyone here assembled today. Again, my name is David Armenti. I am the chair of the research committee, as well as the Vice President of Education and Engagement at the Maryland Center for History and Culture, formerly the Maryland Historical Society. I appreciate you all being here today, both in person as well as those that have taken the time to join us via live stream. As a commission and as a community, we gather to commemorate the lives of George Peck, John Diggs Dorsey, and Sidney Randolph while supporting all efforts to document the crimes against them. Thank you again to the many researchers who have laid the essential groundwork to allow additional documentation and visibility to our ongoing work. I do want to make a quick mention of the naming convention that you've heard around the second victim that we've been discussing, John Diggs or John Dorsey. I will say that this is a nod and taking the lead of researcher Sarah Hedlund, who did much of the groundwork around that initial research. So while many primary sources refer to him as John Diggs, there are also references to the alternate name or potential alias. So we say colloquially at this point John Diggs Dorsey, but just know that that is a somewhat unique distinction that we're drawing from some of the primary source material and other researchers that have preceded us. So back to the process of the work and what we as a commission and as a committee will continue to do. Since the establishment of the State Commission in 2019, we've worked with an array of partners, including the Maryland State Archives, the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project and its local affiliates, as well as George Mason University. Heritage Associates is a local historical research and genealogical firm that's been contracted to collaborate with the Commission. Many other organizations and individuals have made extensive contributions. We've heard much about them already, but I want to acknowledge again the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project, the Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission, Montgomery History, Sarah Headland, Dr. David Taft-Terry, Dr. Charles Chavis, Mr. Will Schwartz, Dr. Nicholas Creary, Anthony Cohen, and many others. We want to thank and acknowledge the extensive work that they've done and state again that the commission could not operate and could not do what we are attempting to do without that collaboration of community members, academics, and others that have really laid a lot of that groundwork and continue to do wonderful work in this area. I want to give a special recognition to Dr. Chavis, as well as Dr. Taisha Dupree Wilson. We'll hear soon some of the newer information that has come out of research that is extremely powerful as well, and in addition to what we've heard already. The commission will continue to build on the earlier work that we've heard in compiling and supporting digital access to newspaper articles, vital records, and secondary research accounts. The commission seeks to corroborate existing and future cases based on newspaper accounts, including local newspapers, government records, family papers, and oral history interviews. That term corroborate is extremely important to us as historians, researchers, educators, folks that are putting this information out into the public sphere. As we've heard from Commissioner Davis, this is very nuanced work. There are a lot of names, a lot of details, a lot of inconsistent details, particularly when you think about the different source material that we're drawing from, and I'll talk about some of those biases and limitations in a moment. But all that is to say, this is not just as simple as looking at one account and saying this is what happened. There's still ongoing work in terms of corroborating and putting that information together. So we want to understand that that's going to be ongoing in terms of our work as a commission. New information and sources will gradually be incorporated into the commission website, which is currently being hosted by the Maryland State Archives. And again, that is in the interest of not only the ability for researchers after us to continue and elaborate upon this work, but for public accessibility and transparency as we are a state body. So I certainly encourage folks to continue to check out those sites as well as those of our collaborators and colleagues to learn more. Online genealogical collections and platforms have also been consulted to gain further knowledge of the victims' families and backgrounds, as well as those of perpetrators involved or alleged perpetrators involved in these cases. And that's largely with the goal of finding possible living descendants. Thus far, these strategies have been unsuccessful in identifying any direct or what we would term collateral descendants of George Peck, John Diggs or Dorsey, and Sidney Randolph. But as you'll hear again soon, there have been connections made with alleged descendants of perpetrators within the case, which also add to that story and to that ongoing impact that we are reporting. The commission would like to provide as full a profile as possible for these individuals and their families. I want to emphasize this point again as well. We want to have as full a profile as possible for these individuals and their families because they were people, they were not just names mentioned in a headline that underwent these historic traumas. But these are folks that were part of families, they were part of communities, and the ability to tell that part of their story and that part of their experience is extremely important to counter the idea that they were only, what we learn about as far as their death. We want to know who their parents were. We want to know what communities they inhabited or moved from. Had they been enslaved, as we know in the case of at least one of the individuals we're addressing today? What other challenges did they face that derive from white supremacy in their communities? Where did they worship, work, and socialize? And what were their lives like after these horrific crimes took place, as far as their family members are concerned? How did they grieve? How did they grapple with trauma when these incidents continued to occur in the county or within the state at large? These are all questions that we seek to answer but certainly add to the story as best as we can to provide that full humanity and that full picture of these individuals. As a committee, we also seek to track themes and trends within specific jurisdictions and regions as well as across the full state. And I want to make note of some of the areas that Montgomery County's 3 cases that we're addressing shine a light on and allow us to expand and interrogate further through our work as a commission and as a committee. One of the first would be the relative lack of African American media coverage or Black media coverage. In the case of the first 2 instances, almost a complete lack thereof. Whereas with Sidney Randolph, which I'll expand on in a moment, there was somewhat significant coverage both locally and nationally that did include the Black press in a significant way, but I'll get there in a moment. We also note the trend, which is fairly consistent within Maryland as well as across the country, of that the demographic of the individuals that were subject to racial terror lynching. In the cases in Montgomery County, we are again seeing young African American men between the ages of 20 and 28 who are directly impacted by this violence. The diversity and variety of community connection that these individuals had, some of which you've already heard about from the previously read profiles. But I find it interesting, and this is a thread that we will continue to pull again across all of the cases within the state, but what are their origins within the community? We have one individual that was almost certainly enslaved in Montgomery County before the incidences post-Civil War that ended up taking his life. We have an individual who was possibly a migrant from Washington, D.C., but also possibly also had roots within Montgomery County communities. We have an individual who was most likely a migrant all the way from Georgia. So these experiences were nuanced. The background of individuals is very diverse. And again, we want to call that out, and we want to use those as threads to pull to learn more about their lives, but also to, as best as we can as a commission, draw conclusions about the overall context that we are seeing and learning about continually. As was referenced earlier, at least one case in Montgomery County also was accompanied by rumors of potential retribution by the Black community following the lynching. This is a trend that we've seen in other jurisdictions as well, although I will say that in most of these situations, the claims were either unsubstantiated or that the justified community anger on the behalf of the Black community did not actually boil over into further violence. But we will note that at least although I'm sure there are more, at least documentation in Queen Anne's County as well as Frederick County of this supposed threat that the Black community was going to cause post-lynching, I think is very notable and something we'll continue to investigate. It does counter the narrative and the truth that Black communities definitely did organize, often in a very peaceable fashion, to discuss the cases and support defense funds, advocate through so-called official channels to avoid the lynching. So we want to acknowledge that early activism, that early organization, often which grew out of some of those community institutions, churches, et cetera, that were listed earlier. That level of white and Black, or I should say Black and white political advocacy is notable within some of the cases in Montgomery County as well, which we've heard and will be expanded upon. I'd like to note the relatively short time frame through which these 3 murders, these 3 crimes took place in Montgomery County. We're talking about a roughly 16-year period of time. Not a long period of time, particularly when you think about the community impact, particularly on the Black community in Montgomery County. Through that 16-year period, I think it's reasonable to say that racial terror was consistently present and impactful for much of the population particularly the Black population in Montgomery County, which encompassed about 1/3 to 36% of that population in the 1870s and 1880s. On a practical basis, this means that multiple generations of African Americans in Montgomery County, as well as beyond, would have at least been aware of these incidences, if not actually had firsthand experience viewing the violence, hearing the rhetoric, and seeing the impact of that on their everyday lives. So we cannot downplay the fact that it was not just the individuals who Commissioner Davis listed that were going to be impacted by these events. It was everybody in the community, and most notably those that were, felt that white supremacy was saying this directly to them. This time period from 1880 to 1896 also represents something on the national level, in that we are transitioning from the Reconstruction period that followed the American Civil War. As we know, nationally, this was a period that was rife with violence, and 15 of the 38 murders that occurred in Maryland were during this period. I want to move through quickly on some of the highlights and things that were most illuminative out of this work, particularly those that derive from the research around Sidney Randolph, which was the most well-documented, and some of which Commissioner Davis already mentioned. The flimsiness and the inconsistent nature of the evidence that was presented within the cases is something that was remarked on multiple times through the primary source material. The use of Baltimore as a site for safekeeping when the threat of lynching was well known in the home jurisdiction. This is something we see later on in other cases as well, including those on the eastern shore of Maryland. I mentioned earlier the role of the African American press and the Black media. That absence does not continue nearly as much into the 1890s, and Sidney Randolph's case really illuminates this for us. While we do not have significant evidence, as we have in other cases, from the Baltimore Afro-American newspapers or its affiliates, we do have evidence coming from the Washington Bee and the Richmond Planet, both of which provided somewhat extensive commentary and coverage on the cases. It was already mentioned earlier that this was partially led to the inclusion and advocacy of national figure Ida B. Wells, who spoke to a white media outlet, but was connected to that work through her colleagues in the Washington, D.C. community. It's extremely important that we at least attempt to have these accounts to counter what was often the inflammatory and sometimes even celebratory language of white newspapers that were eager to find a Black man guilty in these cases. Furthermore, there was quite literal complicity on the part of newspapers and those professionals involved with it in Sidney Randolph's case, where some men were mentioned as having camped out with the lynch mob and literally followed and accompanied them to do the deed while reporting and so-called doing their job. Also want to note, as well as was alluded, that 1896 also saw the lynching of a white man in Charles County, which is probably what justified the governor wanting to move forward with offering a reward. And this is, perhaps somewhat of a personal opinion, but if it had just been Sidney Randolph, would the governor have stepped up? Maybe, maybe not. But that fact, this was something that was ongoing in different parts of the state and led to different reactions from a political perspective. So we will continue as a committee and as a commission to work with our partners to gather information and create greater accessibility. We encourage you as committee members and others that work with you to continue to collaborate with us. So appreciate your time again this morning and look forward to continuing the memory of these individuals' names and their families, and continuing to work toward reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Armenti. At this time, we are now transitioning to our testimony period, and just a little bit of context with our testimonial period. This is about further elaborating on the impact of each of the cases within Montgomery County. As a reminder for those who want to submit testimony, if you have any questions, please submit them to MLTRC@maryland.gov. Again, that's MLTRC@maryland.gov. For those who are in attendance in person, we do have pieces of paper and pencils to write any questions or to submit any testimony. You can please give that to Trish, who is in the back. So at this time, I will recognize Commissioner Taisha Dupree Wilson, who is one of our liaisons for Montgomery County, who will present on the impact of racially motivated violence on racial etiquette in Montgomery County. Commissioner Dupree Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here today, and I would like to thank you all again for attending this very important hearing. As we learned before, there are no known descendants of our 3 lynching victims. So today, what I'm going to do is talk about the impact that these lynchings had on descendant communities as it relates to the development of what we know as racial etiquette, okay? So the culture and the legacy of lynching created an environment of racial terror and fear for a lot of individuals, not just those who are contemporaries of the lynching victims, but of those who followed them, the descendants, and it created intergenerational trauma that is not easy to escape. A lot of these communities in Maryland, even well into halfway through the 20th century, and in some cases beyond, are feeling the impact of these lynchings because they're developed an unwritten set of laws called the Rules of Racial Etiquette. Although these rules were never codified into law, a lot of these rules stripped these communities of a lot of things, including their freedom to be seen as citizens, and their freedom to simply exist. So I'm going to go through a few of the rules that developed in Montgomery County, Maryland, and other places that are direct byproducts of the culture of lynching. Blacks must act in an obedient and subservient manner to whites at all times. Blacks and whites did not typically shake hands. Also, blacks did not look whites directly in the eye. So if a white person is approaching you or you come into the space of a white person, you are supposed to drop your eyes. If you're walking down the street and a white person is walking towards you, you're supposed to step out of the way so that they can proceed. Also, black men were required to remove their hats in the presence of white men and women. So if a white person is coming up to you and you have your hat on, you're supposed to remove your hat, step back, and drop your eyes. In addition to that, blacks had to use back doors when entering white homes or businesses. Black men, and this is one of the most important rules of etiquette, black men or boys were never, ever to look at or smile at a white woman. White customers were always served first, so if you were being served in a store, they would stop service towards you and go to the white customer. And once they were done with the white customer, they would come back to you. Black women could not try on clothing in white-owned stores, the rationale being, if you try that dress on and you don't like it, I have to put it back on the rack. And God forbid a white woman comes into the store and wants to try on that same dress. We cannot have that. Also, white people did not use titles when addressing black people like Mr. or Miss. And those who demanded being called Mr. or Miss feared the threat of being lynched or being subjected to other forms of racial violence. Whites addressed black adults by their first name or by boy or by girl or by the N-word. Older black men were typically called uncle, and older black women were typically called auntie. Black people were always expected to use the titles Mr. or Miss when addressing whites, even if you were addressing white children. So some of these rules of racial etiquette were internalized, and even when they went away, they were still things that people considered when they navigated through life. Even when people migrated to points north and going to New York City or Philadelphia or places in Jersey, they were still dropping their eyes when they no longer had to. So I say all that to say that although we don't have direct descendants that we know of from our 3 lynching victims, we do know that the impact of their lynchings had a direct impact on the generations to come. And standing here as the great-granddaughter of someone who was murdered by white supremacists, I can tell you, generational trauma is not something that is easy to shake. So we must be very aware to always highlight and to emphasize the legacy of lynching and the impact that racially motivated violence had on descendants' communities' right to exist and the way they navigated in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupree Wilson, for that presentation. So at this time, the commission will share a pre-recorded testimony from Bobby Legg, who is a direct descendant of one of the perpetrators who played a direct role in the lynching of Sidney Randolph. So I turn it over to Vice Chair Chavis. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fakunle. And so I wanted to just preface the film that we're going to show. Me and Commissioner Dupree Wilson had the honor to interview Ms. Bobby Legg in California, who identified herself quite some time ago as a direct descendant of eyewitness and also members of the mob. And I'm going to be reading briefly from her original correspondence that we have verified. And her testimony is actually based on the autobiography written by her great-grandmother, Mrs. Minnie Faye Nye. And we have received the official autobiography in which she wrote 10 years, began working on 10 years before her death in 1883. But in this correspondence, she writes to us, Miss Leggs, the great-granddaughter of Miss Minnie Faye Nye. Minnie's mom, my great-grandmother's youngest sister, Aunt Willie, Mary William, was married to Alec Carlisle, or Alexander Carlisle, whom Minnie names as lynching Sidney Randolph. Minnie's mom had another sister, Susan Susie Combs, who was married to Alexander Carlisle's brother, Franklin J. Carlisle. And another one of the sisters, Kate Combs, was married to Carson Ward, who would possibly be related to Frank Ward, who was named as one of the initial vigilantes that shot, abused, and detained Sidney Randolph. Please play the video at this time. Thank you.
My name's Bobby Legg, and it's Thursday, October 3rd, 2024. And I just wanted to share my understanding of my family's history and the role it played in Maryland. Governor Westmore stated, "Loving your country doesn't mean lying about its history." For me, loving my family doesn't mean lying about its history. 3 years ago, without any previous suspicion, I discovered that my ancestors led a brutal attack and murder of an innocent man, Mr. Sidney Randolph. I received a printed copy of my great-grandmother's memoir 3 years ago. She had recorded it with the help of my great-uncle during the 1980s. I was a child at that time, and I have memories of visiting her home. She lived in a cozy row house in Washington, D.C., and as kids, we would climb up on her bed, nestled up on the quilts. My great-grandmother couldn't see well or walk, so she would hold us up close to see us as her vision was failing. And then usually after spending time with her, we would go to the National Zoo near her house, and she would always ask us to say hello to the giraffes. It was her family favorite animal. Now I know, during those same years, my great-grandmother, after her 95th birthday, gave a clear testimony of Mr. Randolph's lynching. She identifies that her uncle, Mr. Alec Carlisle, with other men in positions of power, led the white mob that attacked and killed Mr. Randolph and spread racial terror throughout the region. My great-grandmother was 11 years old at the time of the brutal lynching. My great-grandmother describes that after her father died, her mother worked as a school teacher in Washington, D.C., and at times, my great-grandmother would go to her grandparents in Gaithersburg, Maryland. In her memoir, she reports the events, stating that her uncle, quote, Alec, along with other important men about town, blackened their faces and went in search of the Negro. He was in jail in Rockville. In the dark of the early morning, they got him out of jail. I don't know how, but they did. And they drove him down the road a little bit, and they tied him to a tree, and they lynched him. She reports that Alec Carlisle provided the hairnet that was used, and following the lynching, he carried a gun in fear of retaliation from the Black community. My great-grandmother reports that her aunt would identify, quote, the tree where the man was hanged whenever she visited. Sidney Randolph's life was stolen by self-righteous white men who believed they were greater than the justice system. They robbed him of his safety, they robbed him of his very breath, and they ended his life. Their actions spread paralyzing fear across the Black community and extended that fear to any persons who allied with Black citizens. Racial terror was the tyranny they used to choke off the life of not only the victims, but to the families and communities and loved ones who dare believed they had a right to exist. We do not know if Sidney Randolph had any children. What we do know is my ancestors and the mob of influential white men stopped his future. They robbed him of his future love, his future education, and his future children. Meanwhile, my ancestors continued to be influential business leaders throughout Montgomery County. My family went on to have generations of children with educational and career opportunities. Accountability of the abuser is needed for justice. What would have been different if in my family, should my great-great-uncle have faced appropriate criminal charges for his actions? He would have been in jail. He would have faced an expensive legal battle. The toll, emotional and financial, or having a family member incarcerated is immense. I wonder if legal accountability occurred, would that have affected my great-grandmother's ability to go to college, which she did, or buy a home, which she did, or have children, which she did? It is reasonable to assume that I have benefited from my great-great-uncle never facing criminal charges. On a larger scale, it is reasonable to assume that in these communities in Maryland and across in Maryland and across the country, were impacted. White communities had a reinforced sense of power from these lynchings and flexed their ability to never be challenged. Black communities faced unimaginable trauma affecting their beliefs, emotional constitution, physiological responses. The physical and psychological torture changed the emotional, financial, and educational health of Black communities. I extend my most heartfelt apology for the egregious hate crime that was committed and took the life of Mr. Sidney Randolph. He was an innocent man traveling through Montgomery County when he was brutally attacked and beaten by two men who prejudicially profiled him and began accusations that preceded his detainment and lynching. Those two men, who I believe were my relatives also, began a hellscape that Sidney Randolph had to endure. Mr. Randolph experienced the most disgusting, heinous, and sickening sides of humanity during his final days. My heart can only hope that he went quickly into a place of peace and eternal love. To be apologetic for the actions my ancestors took is an emotional state, but it does not bring repair to the generations of Maryland families that have been grossly harmed by racial terror. Accountability is important. This history has not been publicly shared, to my knowledge, since 1896. Why? For me, as a white woman who works towards equality, I want to know why. My great-grandmother was raised by a strong mother. She was a fervent suffragette who fought for women to have equality. My great-grandmother was married in the Unitarian Universalist Church, a group known for advocacy on social justice. And my great-grandfather's written works in the 1990s, presumably after he knew about his mother's confession of this lynching, he called out the beating of Rodney King and the unjust verdict that followed. With these actions of social justice, I want to know, why was so much silence kept? I may not know, but I speak my truth and my great-grandmother's report of this lynching because I believe we are only as sick as our secrets. I'm deeply grateful that my great-grandmother, in the last years of her life, chose to speak her memory and her knowledge of this heinous crime. In her closing years, she chose to clearly name her uncle, Mr. Alec Carlisle, as a lead assailant of the homicide of Mr. Sidney Randolph. I believe generations have been harmed by racial terror in Montgomery County and throughout the United States. I believe restitution is appropriate, necessary, and essential for our healing and shared growth and prosperity. I believe emotional health, job opportunities, home ownership, and educational opportunities were directly harmed by racial terror. I believe we can move towards a more just society by actively supporting mental health, education, financial, and home ownership challenges of those directly and indirectly affected by racial terror. My great-grandmother stated that Alec Carlisle, quote, was good friends of the colored people, and that, quote, on election days, he had a way of finding a bottle of gin here and there for a vote. She stated that, quote, they all loved him. I believe our rehabilitation of racial relations in this country must address the core beliefs that give rise to these statements and behaviors. There is nothing kind, friendly, or loving of having persons in power engage with people in a marginalized community in a manipulating manner to solidify their ongoing reign in a position of power. I ask that all of us who descend from oppressors have the courage and the humility to look at history and contemporary relations. Almost all of us with fair skin can tell stories of our own struggles. We seek that validation. We quickly mold our story into the story echoing of Americans surviving and overcoming. I believe that the humility it can take to acknowledge the inhumane actions of past generations is an important step in realizing the changes we need to make today, to create healthy communities for all. I'm thankful for the work of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Committee. I extend my gratitude to the citizens, governmental leaders, academics, and advocates who have made this hearing possible. I give gratitude to the Maryland and Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project, who support truth, reconciliation, and healing of this horrible past. Most of all, I extend my love and gratitude for the descendants of victims and their communities. You have endured relentless trauma through many generations. May we all seek to see you and to hear you. May we step into a place of deep and humble understanding, and may we work together for a future filled with greater healing and health. As part of her great wisdom, I.W. Wells stated, "The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them." I hope my sharing today brings one little bit of light on this history. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Legg, for your testimony. I believe she is participating in this hearing through the live stream. So, Ms. Legg, if you can see me right now, thank you for your openness. Thank you for your transparency. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for bringing this truth. Thank you for the accountability that you own as a part of this legacy. May more people follow your example and turn light onto this darkness so that we know the truth. So at this time, we are at our intermission. It is currently 11:30. We will take a 20-minute break. I remind you all that Living and Growing is here if anybody wants to make space with them just to process what we have heard so far. And we will come back at approximately 11:50 and continue with our hearing. Thank you.
In addition to the snacks that we have out back, the Student Center cafeteria is also open if folks want to purchase any food.
Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
here for a second? Yeah. My name's Jim Voorhees. I need to work with the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project. Thank you. One of the things, well, I'm in charge of the project to look at racial violence in Montgomery County. So I suspect that I'm going to be coming to the center. At least I expect the resources.
Sure. I can grab my card and we can maybe kind of get started on that conversation.
Right. Yeah.
Let me see if I have one convenient here.
Wonderful.
We have about 4 more minutes for the intermission, and then we're going to get back started.
If everyone can hear me, since we are ahead of time and we have some commissioners who need some necessary caffeine, we're going to extend. We're going to extend the break to noon. So just an extra 10 minutes. We'll start up at 12 noon. Thank you.
All righty, if folks want to head back to their seats, we're going to start convening very soon. Alrighty, if folks want to take their seats, we're going to go ahead and reconvene for the second part of the hearing. And 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, says the chair. 5 more minutes. In the meantime, if folks want to submit questions, we do have paper right next to the pencils and the pencil sharpener up front.
So we can put. I can put yours on the other side. Cool. Yep. There we go.
Hold on, let me, it's probably put two on, let me do it like this. Correct order. Yeah.
Alrighty, and we are going to be reconvening right now. If everyone would like to take their seats, we're getting ready to get into the second portion of the hearing. All right, so I will pass it to the chair.
Thank you, Trish, and we are especially grateful that we can more directly invoke the legacy of George Peck, John Diggs Dorsey, and Sidney Randolph. Their presence is now even more officially in our space. So thank you for allowing us to make that happen. So at this time, we will continue with our testimony, now transitioning to the expert witness portion of our testimony. So at this time, I will recognize Commissioner Dupree Wilson, who will help facilitate this portion of the hearing. Thank you, Commissioner Dupree Wilson.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize Reverend Timothy B. Warner of Emory Grove United Methodist Church.
Thank you very much. I am grateful for the opportunity to come to provide this testimony. I hardly consider myself an expert on these lynchings. I am adjacent to the legacy of at least one of them where I serve. My name is Reverend Tim Warner. I am pastor at the Emory Grove United Methodist Church, where I've served proudly as a pastor for 11 years. I'm a former research scientist who was called to ministry in 1996. I've been a ministry and a community builder since then, and in my pastoral ministry since 2003, it's all been in foundational slave-descending African-American communities in Montgomery County. I've served in Boyd's, Maryland, and Clarksburg, Maryland, and now in Emory Grove. So I've had many years to immerse myself in the history of the county and community by community in those local communities. I'm going to try and get done in less than 12 minutes, but let me just say this to you. This is a headline for us. Community is the solution to most issues, and this one I think is no different. This idea that that racial violence, racial terror disconnects people, and that the solution is to try and reconnect people isn't a new concept, and it's very simple, but I found over the years that it's very difficult to do. Authentic community is a simple concept, but it's never neat because people are messy. And lots of people have undifferentiated baggage that we carry with us everywhere we go. Our sense of individualism makes most of us believe that we're more important than other people. This is just human. People crave power, mostly at the expense of others, and this creates generational trauma that we've been talking about today. It translates into this racist colonial context where white men with power exact lethal power on black bodies through the use of violence and structurally racist policy. We see example after example of that in history when we look at it that way. And so what we have in America today is a result of the fact that this has always been present in America. And so these lynchings are but one example of it. And I dare say today that it's not the only example and that there are some continuing examples of it throughout history after these lynchings. All of us also have a higher opinion of ourselves than we ought, and that decreases our desire and tolerance for change. I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about work that we've been doing with our neighboring community for racial reconciliation. It has not been easy because all of us, no matter who we are and what we look like and where we come from, understand our history a certain way and the people in it a certain way in our connection to them. And so that makes sustainable community change very difficult. So I'm thankful today that we are taking such a hard, deep look at not just the lynchings, but why they happened and who people were connected to begin to see people as human, to understand the communities from which they've come, and to begin to imagine solutions. I asked for a map up, but I think we saw it a little bit earlier. It was a map of foundational communities in Montgomery County in 1865. There are more than 40 of them. These were people who had lives and were united less by the color of their skin, but by the oppression that they suffered together. But they were communities. Our community in Emory Grove had everything one needed to be in a community. There was a church there. There was a school there. They had an informal banking system there. They had a cobbler who lived there, a baker. One could get their hair done. There was a local establishment for nightlife there. We had the largest camp meeting in the great camp meeting movement of Montgomery County in the mid-Atlantic that ran for almost a century, right in Emory Grove. And yet these traumas are still present in our community to this day. These lynchings happened shortly after, historically. So let me offer you the second headline, and that is this. The use of violence against Black bodies has continued, and until we all find the courage, one person at a time, to agree on the facts, demonstrate apology and forgiveness, and offer reconciling community to one another, what produced those lynchings is not going to change around us. There's a community story to the last lynching, the Randolph lynching, that I want to just highlight Emory Grove's connection to. I recently received a report because of work that we are doing to literally rebuild our community that was lost during urban renewal. We're having a history of Emory Grove done, and the preliminary findings in that history indicate that we have had some connection to the Randolph lynching. In a report that is done by, I think, History Associates, the draft report that I've received is not out quite yet. It says this about it. After the lynching, the Washington Evening Times reported the reaction of the local Black community, saying they deeply resent the lynching. Many met in Emory Grove to take up a collection of $1 or more from each person there to pay counsel to work upon the clues and trying to bring the lynchers to justice. However, this effort was ultimately unsuccessful and the lynchers were never arrested. So apparently, Mr. Randolph was connected in some way, even from Georgia, to probably the largest of these foundational communities in Montgomery County, in some way that we don't know. And at word of his lynching, people began to react because they felt a loss of their own in this man's lynching. And so they organized, people in almost desperate poverty, sacrificed $1 or more, those days was an awful lot of money, to pool money together to do something desperately to help this man. And it was unsuccessful. It wouldn't surprise me if in fact, it is a fact that people were looking to go and seek some retribution, that conversation also happened in Emory Grove, right? It was a shock, it was trauma that was not just felt by Mr. Randolph and his family, but also by everybody who was in Emory Grove, and he wasn't even born there, because this was a national problem, a part of the national culture. So I just want to emphasize that this trauma affects everybody. not just folks who look like me, and those from whom I descend, but it also affects the people who perpetrated the violence. Let me move on a bit. So this incident happened near Emory Grove, and the resentment still is there. We are direct neighbors to another town, and you'll hear from Barbara Raimondo in a moment, called Washington Grove. Both of these communities sprung from out of the Great Camp Meeting movement. Wealthy white Methodists came from Washington, D.C. to camp in Washington Grove. Emory Grove had already started camp meetings. They were historically around the same time. I think Emory Grove was a little earlier. But because the environment in the country was structurally racist, continues to be to a great extent today, these camp meetings were largely just very separate. White people did not come to camp meeting in Emory Grove, and black people did not go to camp meeting in Washington Grove. And because of the church's complicity, leadership in the racism, these became harbingers of the conflict and the trauma. So as the towns developed, the black people in Emory Grove became servants of the people in Washington Grove. So it was black women who were going to nurse babies and to clean houses, and black men would go to dispose of night buckets and to care for the town and to be superintendents there. That was the nature of the relationship, and the same resentment, the same tension, the same trauma that proceeded from slavery continued in the relationship between these communities, and there is still tension related to that today. Were there lynchings? Not that we know of, but there was also trauma that continued. One thing I wanted to mention is that in the African community context, we rely heavily on oral history. In history, the people who win, the people who conquer, the folks who oppress, the folks who are wealthy, the people who have capacity and power, are people who have the luxury of education and the ability to write. When you're subjugated, when you're black in America where it is illegal to learn how to read and to write, oral history becomes very important, and it is African. It is what oral history matters a great deal in the African context, but to this day, oral history matters. If we're going to do this work, we cannot rely only on what is written. We have to go deeply into community to hear from people whose families have in the family narrative a truth that they hold about what really happened. In Emory Grove, the oral history about the relationship between Washington Grove and Emory Grove is very different, as you might imagine, from the history that is written in Washington Grove. One example of which is a gentleman who was a caretaker, I think in the 60s in Washington Grove, whose name was Robert Taylor. He was born in 1892. By that time, he was a war veteran. And according to the oral history in Emory Grove, and I think we need to depend on this, was burned to death out of his house in 1966 in Washington Grove. What's written is there was a tragic fire, and accidentally this man burned. And the oral history is a reality that he owned property there or was staying in property there. There was some conflict about ownership in a town that was all white at the town, and by racially restricted covenant intended to be all white. And to satisfy this issue, he was burned out of his house and killed. Was it intentional? We don't know. Was it a murder? We don't know. It wasn't a lynching, but it might have been a modern day murder. The point is that the trauma still exists deeply in this community, and as we've been doing so many amazing things between Washington Grove and Emory Grove, as we seek to redevelop this community, the difference between the oral history and the written history becomes a bone of contention that we need to settle before we can truly become community. People in both communities are so tied to their history that they have difficulty hearing another version of the history. We're related to people. This was grandmother, this was aunt, this was grandfather, and we venerate them. But it is possible that two truths exist in all these situations. The mayor of Washington Grove, as the history is written, the photographs have been taken, was seen in blackface. a blatantly racist behavior that demeans black people. We all understand it, we all know it. Was it common at the time? Absolutely. But was it racist behavior? Absolutely. We need to agree on what was in the past in order to look to the future to build community that really can transform us. I brought pictures of something that happened to me in 2007. I don't know where those are, but don't worry about that. I got personally introduced to the sequelae of the trauma in 2007 when I was pastoring in Boyd's. And one day in January, I got a call from someone who told me that someone had come by our church and painted a swastika on the door of our little white clapboard church that was more than a century old. And as I went to investigate, I found out that they didn't stop there. They went down the street to the Boyd's Negro School and painted another one on it, and proceeded down into the Seneca community, another foundational community, and painted another one on the church there. Where do these ideas come from? Why did they choose the swastika? Because it was a neo-Nazi group, we think. They were never caught, like many of these lynchings, that came through to do this work in order to intimidate, with the threat of violence, another black community. 2007. So I urge us not to be satisfied with just reciting the history. It was moving, it was compelling. I'm sitting in my seat wondering whether I should cry or break out into some act of rage listening to what happened. It was that moving for me. But what I know is that this could happen tomorrow in a different way, and I think it relates to the current state of our country. We have not dealt with this trauma. We have to do it one person at a time, agreeing on what the past was, trying to find some relationship of trust with people, and trying to build a community that heals. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Reverend Warner. At this time, I would like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Barbara Raimondo of Washington Grove, Maryland. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Maryland Lynching Truth and Reconciliation Commission, invited guests, and members of the public. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. My name is Barbara Raimondo, and I am Mayor Pro Tem for the town of Washington Grove. First, a little history about our town in the woods that nobody can ever find. It is a teeny little town in between Rockville and Gaithersburg. We are surrounded by woods. It's a very lovely and serene environment. In 1873, the Washington Grove Camp Meeting Association founded it. As Reverend Tim said, it was a Methodist organization, and the community would come by in the summertime, set up their tents and have their revival meetings, and then go away when it got cold. Over time, they began building houses, and then later it became a year-round community. And beyond that, even after that, in 1937, it was incorporated as its own municipality. Today, we have around 225 homes and a population of around 500. The town is governed by a volunteer mayor and volunteer 6 town councilors. We have a range of volunteer committees who really carry out the work of the town. We have a lighting committee, a woods committee, recreation committee. We have volunteer boards and commissions. It's a community where people are very heavily invested and involved, and it is a very warm place to live and very vibrant. Several years ago, a group of residents brought up the issue of racial diversity at the national, state, and local level. The town of Washington Grove, which is mostly white, had to face the fact that it had engaged in racist policies and practices. These actions were demeaning and exclusionary and were painful to neighboring Black communities. In response, the town council, with input and support of residents, passed a resolution acknowledging Washington Grove's racially exclusionary past and committing to an equitable and inclusive future. The resolution recognized the town's detrimental behaviors and vowed to do better. In the document, the mayor and the town council resolved to, among other things, acknowledge and apologize for all racially motivated, discriminatory, or exclusionary aspects of the town's history, welcome all people, and recognize the right of everyone to live in dignity, take steps to undo the effects of systemic bias and racism, commit to further engaging in an individual and collective work to understand bias, further address any policies or practices that may have the effect of being racially biased, treat all persons in a fair and equitable manner, support ties with neighboring communities, and continue building a town where all people are welcome to live and prosper. The town has taken several steps to implement this resolution. For example, we've made great strides in removing restrictive covenants from deeds in our community. The deed language prohibited property from being sold or leased or transferred to anyone who's of a race whose death rate is of a higher percentage than that of the white or Caucasian race. More than 120 properties in Washington Grove had that covenant on their deed. Now, we know the law does not support these covenants. In 1948, there was a Supreme Court case that said they're unenforceable. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act made it illegal to add such covenants. And in 2021, our own town passed an ordinance saying that any of these restrictions are void. However, despite this, they were still showing up in the land records, and it was very upsetting and alarming, and so steps were taken to remove them. So Washington Grove has been working on an initiative to remove them since 2022. And at first, the process was very bureaucratic and cumbersome. It would go one by one by one. It was very slow. But recently, the Maryland Real Property article was amended to make it easier for municipalities to file these deed covenant modifications. And this came about as the result of municipalities, including Washington Grove, going to the legislature and saying, we need to make this easier, we need to improve this. And so we were able to get the law amended so that it is easier to remove these covenants. So far, 80 restrictive covenants have been removed and filed, and another 20 are in the pipeline to be removed. And we're proud of that initiative. It's symbolic, but it's also meaningful. In addition, our town has recently contracted with Leadership Montgomery, a local nonprofit, to provide diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging training to residents in our town. As I mentioned, our residents are very heavily involved. So we have one meeting coming up that will be a workshop open to anyone, given kind of background, what's the vocabulary, what are the ideas that we're dealing with here, what does unconscious bias look like, things like that. So it's kind of introduction. And then the next step would be for our committees and our boards and commissions, for the chairs of them, to take further workshops with Leadership Montgomery to develop a plan as to how they can carry out these principles of diversity and inclusion throughout their daily business. So we believe, and that would have measurable outcomes and clear guidelines. So we think that that will help us to see where we can be better and lead us on a path towards well-defined improvement. We have also engaged in other work, such as partnering with our neighbors in Emory Grove. With Emory Grove, we co-sponsored a guided walk to learn about the histories of each other's communities. We had an ice cream social to get to know each other better, participated in a virtual talk about Emory Grove's history and the plans to rebuild their area, and we held a small shared gathering at our lake with Emory Grove residents. And I'm really thrilled to be sitting next to Tim today. So we were talking about some things, some meetings that we're going to have. So that's a very nice opportunity. Also on our agenda is outreach to neighboring communities on the planning of shared use paths like bicycle and pedestrian paths to facilitate the travel of people from one community to the next and to let others know that they are welcome in our town. And there is, of course, a lot more to be done. But as the mayor, councilors, and residents are open to growing as individuals and as a town, we're grateful to the opportunity to be here today and look forward to working within and outside our town to make our society more just and equitable. Thank you all for the work that you do on these topics, and thank you again for the invitation to be here.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Raimondo. At this time, I would like to recognize Mr. Stephen Waddy, who is a representative of the NAACP, and he also serves as president of the Anne Arundel County chapter of the NAACP.
Good afternoon. Hello, it's great to see all of you out here. Thank you, Commission. My name is Stephen Waddy. I am the president of the Anne Arundel County branch of the NAACP, and I bring greetings on behalf of the Montgomery County president who regrets not being able to attend due to a prior engagement. I want to thank you all for the work that you've done, both in the audience and on the stage. Our ancestors and our descendants are here with us today. I want to thank you, Commission Chair Fakunle. Thank you, Dr. Dupree Wilson, for inviting me to attend this meeting. The NAACP is not just an advocate, the NAACP is a witness. It is a collection of witnesses, people who have heard testimony. Sometimes the testimony we hear is in the depths of captivity. We hear testimony in basements, in cellars, at kitchen tables, in warehouse storage rooms, in hospital beds, and we must take the testimony we hear and investigate, organize, mobilize, agitate, and at times, litigate. I will discuss the NAACP's view on lynching, the history of the NAACP, and the history of the NAACP's lynching activism. Lynchings are the most grotesque example of the violence of America's caste system. Lynchings are a rejection of the Magna Carta, which enshrined presentment and a trial by jury into English common law in 1215, following a civil war among the English noblemen against British King Henry. Thomas Jefferson, bringing it over here, stated in his first inaugural address that freedom of the person under the protection of the habeas corpus I deem one of the most essential principles of our government. Lynchings are a rejection of Black innocence. I don't mean just that someone hasn't committed a crime. I mean innocence in the idea that the stigma of Africanness in America is one of guilt, shame, obscenity, violence, gangsterism, drug abuse, philandering, anti-intellectualism, and ignorance even. The stigma that has been placed on African Americans under American authority was written about by Khalil Gibran Muhammad in a book entitled The Condemnation of Blackness. In it, he describes how the 1890 census, the first to gather statistical data on European and African Americans born after slavery, reinforced the myth of the Black threat to a new generation of Americans, many of them recent immigrants. Lynchings are a rejection of Black personhood, Black citizenship, Black community, Black property ownership, Black desire, Black courtship, Black family, and Black lineage. Lynchings are the imposition of a racist social order that enforces community of the European and segregation away from the African. It unifies European separation from the African. It unified European belief in the second-class citizenship of the African. It unified European acceptance of mob rule and vigilantism against trials before judges appointed under a regime that reaffirmed Black humanity and rejected white nationalist politics. We talked about the Reconstruction era and how that played a role of reaffirming Black humanity and was being rejected in the 1890s. So now moving to the Black American response. Black Americans fled the South to escape the terror of lynchings, a historic event known as the Great Migration. Black resistance to lynching sprang up wherever people went. The Black imagination was activated in a number of ways. Black people conducted grassroots activism, from forming clubs, signing petitions, mass protests, writing books and articles in newspapers and magazines, to filing court cases, organizing conventions, boycotting businesses, and lobbying politicians. Anti-lynching crusaders like Ida B. Wells composed newspaper columns to criticize the atrocities of lynching. And several important civil rights organizations, including the NAACP, emerged during this time to combat racial violence. The metaphorical migration from captivity to freedom was symbolized in the Niagara Movement. The Niagara Movement was a collective group of Black Americans who held a series of meetings designed to build a national political movement with the purpose of protecting and fighting for the rights enshrined in the Civil War amendments, constitutional amendments. Baltimore's representative to the meeting was my great-grandfather, Reverend Garnett Waller, who became the first executive director of the Baltimore branch of the NAACP. His sister and brother, Mr. Owen Waller, and his wife, and Owen Waller's wife, H.M. Waller, both also attended the Harper's Ferry meetings of the Niagara Movement. Owen Waller was the rector of Washington, D.C.'s St. Luke's Episcopal Church, and he succeeded the renowned Pan-Africanist leader Alexander Crummell at that position. Alexander Crummell was written about in The Souls of Black Folk by W.B. Du Bois. He was eulogized in that book. The movement held meetings over several years in the early 1900s. In 1908, the town of Springfield, Illinois, erupted into a mass pogrom following the attempted lynchings of 2 Black men. Although the 2 men who were accused of crimes were not lynched that day, the town's white community lynched many other Black people and destroyed the Black neighborhoods in the town. This incident was the catalyst for the Niagara Movement to officially organize itself into the NAACP. The organization was radical enough in its brief life, the Niagara Movement, to both spawn and absorb controversy within the Black community, preparing the way for its successor, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. A co-founder of the Niagara Movement and a Black suffragist organizer, Mary Burnett Talbert, became the NAACP's chief anti-lynching officer in 1921. I wanted to talk about the allegations behind lynchings. We talked a little bit about that earlier. White mobs often used dubious criminal accusations to justify lynchings. Ida B. Wells, a founding member of the NAACP, though she later distanced herself from the group, documented in 1892 that a common claim used to lynch Black men was perceived sexual transgressions against white women. Charges of rape were routinely fabricated. These allegations were used to enforce segregation and advance stereotypes of Black men as violent, hypersexual aggressors. Hundreds of Black people were lynched based on accusations of other crimes, including murder, arson, robbery, and vagrancy. Many victims of lynching were murdered without being accused of any crime. They were killed for violating social customs or racial expectations, such as speaking to white people with less respect than what white people believed they were owed. This, again, led to the NAACP wanting to fight lynching. Black people in general is a part of the Black liberation movement, but the NAACP's fight against lynching was definitely catalyzed by these false allegations. In 1916, the NAACP prioritized advocating for anti-lynching legislation and formed a special committee to bring public awareness to this unconscionable practice. A partnership with anti-lynching crusaders led to rallies, the mobilization of volunteers, and targeted media advertisements. The NAACP led a courageous battle against lynching. In the July 1916 issue of The Crisis, editor W.E.B. Du Bois published a photo essay called The Waco Horror. This featured brutal images of the lynching of Jesse Washington. Washington was a 17-year-old Black teen lynched in Waco, Texas by a white mob that accused him of killing Lucy Fryer, a white woman. Du Bois was able to turn postcards of Washington's murder against their creators to energize the anti-lynching movement. The crisis's circulation grew by 50,000 over the next 2 years, and the NAACP raised $20,000 towards an anti-lynching campaign. Walter White joined the NAACP as an investigator. In 1918, he became assistant secretary but had initially joined as an investigator. His fair skin and straight hair made him effective in conducting investigations of lynchings and race riots in the South. He could, quote unquote, pass and talk to whites but identified as black. Through 1927, White would investigate 41 lynchings. He investigated the lynching of Mary Turner in May 19, 1918 in Georgia. The lynching of Mary Turner in Brooks Lowndes County, Georgia, was one of the lynching investigations by Walter White on behalf of the NAACP. An abusive plantation owner, Hampton Smith, was shot and killed. A week-long manhunt resulted in the killing of Mary Turner's husband, Hayes Turner. Mary denied that her husband had been involved in Smith's killing, publicly opposed her husband's murder, and threatened to have members of the mob arrested. On May 19, 1918, a mob of several hundred brought her to Folsom Bridge, tied Mary's ankles, hung her upside down from a tree, doused her in gasoline and motor oil, and set her on fire. She was still alive when a member of the mob split her abdomen open with a knife. Her unborn child fell to the ground, was stomped and crushed. Mary's body was riddled with hundreds of bullets. The September 1918 issue of the Crisis carried an account of the lynching. He also investigated the lynching of Jesse McElron. Jesse was a black man who resented the slights and insults of white men. He stayed armed, and the sheriff feared him. On February 8, 1918, he got into a quarrel with 3 young white men who insulted him. Threats were made, and McElheron shot and killed 2 of the men. McElheron fled to the home of a black clergyman who aided him to escape and was later shot and killed by a mob. McElheron was captured and lynched. McElheron was chained to a hickory tree. A fire was built, and the torture began. Bars of iron were heated, and the mob amused itself by putting them close to McElheron, at first without touching him. He grasped at a bar, and as it was jerked from his grasp, the inside of his hand came with it. Then the real torturing began, lasting 20 minutes. During that time, while his flesh was slowly roasting, Jesse never lost nerve. He cursed those who tortured him, and almost to the last breath, derided the attempts of the mob to break his spirit. An account was featured in the May 1918 issue of The Crisis. This led to legislation. In 1918, Missouri Representative Leonidas Dyer, a white Republican, introduced his anti-lynching bill in Congress. Dyer decided to act because of mob violence the summer before in East St. Louis. In East St. Louis, a white mob, infuriated that black migrants from the South were competing with them for jobs and housing, attacked a black neighborhood, causing 47 deaths and the exodus of most of the black population from the city. Many of those who fled ended up in Representative Dyer's district, becoming his constituents. Under Moorfield's Story, the first president of the NAACP did not support the Dyer bill, arguing that it was unconstitutional. Story was a white man who was a very progressive, anti-imperialist supporter of black rights. He revised his position in 1918, and the NAACP supported Dyer's anti-lynching legislation and pushed other lawmakers to act. Dyer grounded his argument in the 14th Amendment. When states refused to prosecute those involved in lynching, the victims of the crime were denied equal protection of the laws. To those who argued that the Congress had no authority to legislate on matters of social policy within the states, he pointed out that Congress had already passed laws regulating child labor throughout the country and had moreover passed the 18th Amendment, forbidding the sale of alcohol within the states. Dyer's original bill offered comprehensive measures to force states and counties to prosecute offenders. It not only proposed to try members of lynch mobs in federal court, it proposed fines against counties where lynching occurred and fines on state and local law enforcement officers who surrendered prisoners to murderous mobs. It even established guidelines for the selection of impartial juries in lynching cases. At first, the bill made little headway, remaining stalled in the House Judiciary Committee. In early 1919, the NAACP launched an effort to push the bill, publishing a report, 30 Years of Lynching in the United States from 1889 to 1919. Soon afterward, James Weldon Johnson, NAACP Executive Secretary, began lobbying congressmen to move the bill forward, often visiting Dyer to encourage him to keep up the fight. Johnson's autobiography details the NAACP's fight for a federal anti-lynching law, the careful data collection that led to the 1919 report, Johnson's constant lobbying of congressmen and senators, and the political maneuvers that led to the passage of an amended version of the bill through the Republican-controlled House in January 1922. He also described the difficult battle that followed in the Senate, where the Republican chairman of the Judiciary Committee, William Borah of Idaho, professed uncertainty about the bill's constitutionality. Johnson countered Borah's arguments, stating when he testified before the committee, stating, "Lynching is murder, but it is also more than murder. In murder, one or more individuals take life, generally for some personal reason. In lynching, a mob sets itself up in place of the state and acts in place of the state, due processes of law guaranteed by the Constitution to every person accused of crime. In murder, the murderer merely violates the law of the state. In lynching, the mob arrogates to itself the powers of the state and the functions of government. The Dyer anti-lynching bill is aimed against lynching not only as murder, but as anarchy. Anarchy which the states have proven themselves powerless to cope with." That's James Weldon Johnson's testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee in 1922. Johnson's logic echoes that of Abraham Lincoln in 1832 when he warned in his Lyceum address that mob violence could undermine self-government itself. Political maneuvers blocking the law were done by Henry Cabot Lodge, Republican Senate Majority Leader. His inactivity puzzled James Weldon Johnson since the senator had earlier favored federal protections for African American civil rights. The bill did not pass the Senate. It didn't even get voted on. Among the campaign's other efforts, from 1920 to 1938, the NAACP flew a flag from our national headquarters in New York that bore the words, "A man was lynched yesterday." The campaign turned the tide of public opinion and even persuaded some Southern newspapers to oppose lynching because it was damaging the South's economic prospects. The NAACP hoped that the election of Franklin Roosevelt in 1932 would bring an end to lynching. Two African-American campaigners against lynching, Mary McLeod Bethune and Walter White, had actively and successfully campaigned for his presidential victory. Bethune later served as an advisor to the president, as well as a vice president of the NAACP. First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt had also been a longtime opponent of lynching. Though he opposed lynching, President Roosevelt did not have the political will to end it at the federal level. This has led to another anti-lynching bill in 1934, which I'm going to skip over, did not pass. And I don't want to end there because one of our Maryland sons, Clarence Mitchell, also had a connection to lynching. He's a big name in the NAACP. Thank you. Many of you may know him already for his work as the NAACP's chief lobbyist in Washington, D.C. for the Civil Rights Movement during the Civil Rights Movement, working to pass the Fair Housing Act, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, and many other less well-known legislative efforts. Or you may know him for the courthouse in Baltimore named in his honor. Or you may know him for the Medal of Freedom he received from President Jimmy Carter. But his journey as an activist started after reporting on the lynching of George Armoud. Here I am reading from the Maryland Center for History and Culture. Clarence Mitchell Jr. was a cub reporter for Baltimore's Afro newspaper when he was sent across the bay to report on the lynching. It was his first assignment with the paper. Mitchell, accompanied by photographer Paul Henderson and 2 other reporters, arrived in Princess Anne on the mid-morning on October 19th. By the time the 4 newspapermen arrived on the crime scene, Armoud had been dead for some time. Mitchell described the horrific sight in vivid detail for the readers of the October 28th issue of the Afro-American. The skin of George Armoud was scorched and blackened, while his face had suffered many blows from sharp and heavy instruments. A cursory glance revealed that one ear was missing, and his tongue clenched between his teeth gave evidence of great agony. I know my time is up. I'm sorry, you guys. So I just wanted to let you know that this was what sparked Clarence Mitchell's activism, and for the next 40 years, him and his wife, who was the daughter of the Maryland State Conference president, and she became the Maryland State Conference of the NAACP's president. They all worked together to implement many of the laws that we've benefit from today. And when he became a state senator, fair housing was one of his main, the open housing as they used to call it. That was he was one of the first people in the country to file a bill for open housing, and here in Maryland especially. So I definitely want to thank you guys, and I'm sorry for taking up so much time, but it's been great. Thank you, and thank you all for so much work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waddy. At this time, I would like to recognize Reverend Alexa Frazier of the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project. Reverend Alexa.
Hi. I'm Reverend Alexa Frazier, and I'm honored to be testifying here today on behalf of the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project, which probably most of you have figured out we call MoCo LAMP. I will mention that my home here in Rockville is about a half-mile away from the 2 lynching sites in Rockville. I'd like to start my testimony, as we do at all of our MoCo LAMP events, asking you to name with me the 3 people we know to have been lynched in Montgomery County. Mr. George Peck. Mr. John Diggs Dorsey. Mr. Sidney Randolph. Thank you for saying their names with me. MoCo LAMP was formed in 2018, and our mission statement reads, the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project seeks to educate and engage communities about our history and the legacy of slavery, racial violence, racial terror lynching, and systemic racism by promoting truth, remembrance, reconciliation, and reckoning in Montgomery County. We are a grassroots organization, and a designated community remembrance project of the Equal Justice Initiative, otherwise called EJI. Our goal with all of our work is to create a Montgomery County that is, this is outside of the mission statement, but I'm going to add that our goal with all of our work is to create a Montgomery County that is fair and just for all people, our children, and our children's children. We see this as part of the work of reconciliation. Our work began with learning more about the history of these known lynchings. And we always say known lynchings because searching for additional lynchings is always something that we are working on. Thank you for that story about the home being burned. I'm certain our history team will look into that. Following the protocols of EJI, we built community relationships and partnerships in Poolesville, Rockville, and indeed countywide. As part of our reconciliation work, we hold conversations, lots of conversations on the difficult topics of race relations and lynching in our county. Using conversations as the basis, we build partnerships with churches, schools in Poolesville and Rockville. For instance, in Poolesville, we were initially greeted with reluctance and concern about opening old wounds. After multiple conversations over a period of years and significant involvement by a number of local volunteers and community groups, we are now well recognized and our work is highly valued in the community. Several of us here recently volunteered at Poolesville Day, which is a fabulous local event, and it was just glorious to see people coming up to us, both to explore what our table was about and what our work was about, and to acknowledge that they knew about our work. We then performed public and well-attended ritual soil ceremonies for each victims. And thank you for putting these here, whoever did. Perhaps that was Loretta. These ceremonies were attended by hundreds of people and youth, local pastors, and other leaders spoke. Spirituals were sung by church choirs and as a community, we filled jars with soil of the spot where the men were lynched. We delivered these soil jars, or matching ones, to the EJI Museum in Montgomery, Alabama. And I was just there a couple of weeks ago and awestruck to see all three of those jars represented, with close to 2,000 other jars collected nationwide on display there. After additional outreach and conversation, our next step was to install markers for these victims in their towns. Once again, these installations were done with deep intention, powerful rituals, had local community members and community leaders speaking. These markers are intended to ensure that these tragedies will always be remembered. It has been much too easy for our county to forget this history thus far. I think of the markers as a reminder to remember. We are grateful to the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project for their financial sponsorship, their contribution to the marker for Mr. Peck. Our partner, the Montgomery County Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission, they're going to speak in a second, took on the task of installing the markers for Mr. Diggs Dorsey and Mr. Randolph on county property by the site where those two victims were abducted. More on that in a moment. And to the Human Rights Commission. I could go into great detail on these lynchings, and you have heard great detail. We're so thankful for the work of Sarah Headland at Montgomery County in helping flesh out these histories. Tony Cohen, whose name has been mentioned, who is a founding member of MoCo LAMP, as well as being a local historian of incredible resourcefulness and wisdom. But in addition to sharing the overview of these atrocities, I want to share a single characteristic from which we can learn about each man's lynching. All three were charged with a crime and arrested. Each was then abducted from the sheriff or jail holding them, and without judicial process, murdered by hanging. I see what you, yeah. All three lynchings involve accusations of brutality by the lynched man against white people, particularly white women. I think the comment that you made about the absence of a presumption of innocence, that lands. There was no justice, there was no process. These were public, brutal murders, and no lyncher was ever brought for their actions, brought to trial for their actions in all three cases. All three lynchings were supposedly by parties unknown. And yet we know that all of these communities were small, intimate affairs where probably most people knew each other. So there is more to each story, and let me share that with you, working backwards in time. Mr. Sidney Randolph was an itinerant laborer passing through Maryland when he was arrested for attacking a white family and killing their child. There was no evidence linking him to the family or the crime. It only took 30 minutes for an inquest, not a trial, to return a verdict that Mr. Randolph was responsible for his child's death. In fact, we heard the list of people participating in that inquest earlier. Mr. Randolph was abducted from jail in order to be lynched. What I particularly want to call to your attention is a quote from the Washington Bee shared earlier. But I think that this is almost universally true, if not just in Maryland. Mr. W. Calvin Chase wrote, "The unwritten law of Maryland is that if a white person is killed and the murderer cannot be found, some Negro must hang for it." I invite you to let that sink in. Mr. John Diggs Dorsey lived and worked in Darnestown. As you have heard, he was employed by a middle-aged couple, James and Lenny Tishifley. When Mr. I think that's pronounced Shifley, excuse me. When Mr. Shifley was away, Mr. Diggs Dorsey was accused of attacking Mrs. Shifley. Protesting his innocence till he was killed, he was delivered to jail, and later a lynch mob of 30 to 40 men broke him out of jail and ultimately killed him by hanging nearby. Pieces of the rope used to kill him were given to participants as souvenirs. Let that sink in. Mr. George Peck was accused of attacking a white girl. A doctor examined her afterwards and concluded she was somewhat bruised but otherwise unharmed. Mr. Peck was arrested and then seized by an angry white mob, abducted and lynched. Let me say, he was carted around the area and there was no 7-Eleven, right? He shows up at a shop at 11 p.m. Personally, I believe this was orchestrated. His body was initially left hanging as white parishioners in a nearby church entered their service. I'd like to say that members of that white congregation have been nothing but supportive of our work in this area. Indeed, the marker is adjacent to their property, and they have given us permission to access it through their property. They held our events on their property, so there is movement there. So eventually his body was cut down and buried without ceremony in an unmarked grave. But then, in what can only be described as an act of bravery and solidarity, according to the Baltimore Sun, within days he was exhumed by colored people and buried in their churchyard. That the local Black community claimed his body for churchyard burial suggests that he was considered one of their own, and maybe they understood the pattern of racially motivated terror this lynching was a part of. Think of that bravery and let it sink in. MoCo Lamp is devoted to discovering and sharing the truth of our county's history. As Maya Angelou said, history, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again. As we at MoCo Lamp move forward with our work of reconciliation, we decided to look back in history to document other facets of our county's story. In particular, we have projects underway to map where lynchings took place in Montgomery County and where markers acknowledging those horrific events have been placed since 2023. Map plantation sites and identify enslavers and those who were enslaved. As the work progresses, this project may also identify those who sought to escape bondage. We are seeking to map the 40 Black communities, historically Black communities in our county. We are seeking, it's a long-range project, to map the sites and markets that sold enslaved people and also locations where they were held, sometimes called pens. We know that many people were sold from the plantation on which they were enslaved in a sort of an incidental manner, and we are trying to figure out how to research and show those widely distributed sales. We plan to partner with local organizations in this mapping work. We're also working to document racial covenants. I'm so glad to see that that work is going on nearby my home in Rockville. Those racial covenants are related to property in the county, and we want to conduct oral histories of elders in the Black community who can shed light on their experiences in our county. We have long-term goals of identifying descendants of victims and perpetrators of the 3 known lynchings. Wasn't it wonderful to see Bobby Leg? We also plan to research other examples of racial violence and map them. Our slogan has long been remembrance is resistance. We believe that exploring the unfolding truth of Montgomery County's history, its painful legacy of racial terror, discrimination, and violence is not just important, but it is essential. We at MoCo Lamp believe that we must explore, document, and educate ourselves and others about this deep, always painful history, because without learning and sharing the truth, there can be no reconciliation. I want to say that MoCo Lamp is a living, growing thing. If you're interested in learning more, volunteering, MoCo Lamp people, raise your hands. Come talk to us.
Thank you so much, Reverend Alexa. And last but not least, we are now going to recognize Jason Green, who serves as chair of the Commission on Remembrance and Reconciliation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the distinguished members of the Maryland State Truth and Lynching Commission and all honored guests, and all those present. It's a pleasure to be before you. Thank you for the invitation to present. My name is Jason Green. I'm the chair of the commission, the county commission here on Remembrance and Reconciliation. I stand before you today as a representative of our commission, but also as a son of Montgomery County. I'm a descendant of those who were enslaved on these very lands, and I am here as a voice for those who can no longer speak for themselves. I want to begin my remarks by expressing deep gratitude to the county executive and the county council and our liaison, the director of the Office of Human Rights, Jim Stowe, for creating the commission. The commission was created in 2019, and I believe it was both an administrative act and a moral signal. It was a signal to declare that our county will no longer shy away from one of the darkest chapters of our history. The county and the county council's ongoing fiscal and moral support has been instrumental in our work trying to achieve remembrance and reconciliation. Our commission was born out of a recognition that the wounds of our past, though hidden, continue to shape our present. We were tasked with a solemn duty to honor the lives of Mr. George Peck, Mr. John Diggs Dorsey, and Mr. Sidney Randolph. Those three men, sons, community members, as you know, were victims of racial terror lynchings here in the county between 1880 and 1896. Their names were nearly lost to history. Their stories almost erased by time and willful forgetting, but because of the work of so many in this room, no more. You heard earlier, and Alexa recited some of the details of these heinous crimes. I won't belabor the point, but you heard us talk about denied due process. You heard us talk about those abductions, the kidnappings, the parading through African-American portions of our community. And you also heard about the fact that no one was held accountable for these crimes. We share those details not to dramatize or sensationalize these events. We share those details because these things happened. When I was pulled into this work, kicking and screaming, when I was pulled into the work, one of the things that struck me was how regularly when we told this history, people of Montgomery County said, I can't believe that that happened here. Not in our precious Montgomery County. Well, I say, yes, these stories are hard to hear. They should be hard to hear. They should be uncomfortable. They should make us angry. They should make us sad. They should break our hearts. But we still have to hear them because it's only through confronting that pain, it's only through realizing that these things were committed not in a land far away in a time long ago, but in our community, by our community citizens, that we can begin to heal. Our commission is comprised of 10 public members, members of the community, and 19 members that are ex officio appointed by the county executive and the county council. I'd like to just read the ex officio members so you can get a sense of the reach and breadth of the commission. We're represented by the Maryland Lynching Memorial Project, the Lincoln Park Historical Association, the Human Rights Commission of Montgomery County, the Rockville Human Rights Commission, Montgomery History, the Arts and Humanities Council of Montgomery County, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, Montgomery College, and Montgomery County Public Schools. And I see our representative from Montgomery County Public Schools in the room. Thank you for being here, Tracy. And our public member, I see Jeff here as well. Thank you for being here. And Alexa, a previous member of the commission, thank you for your service. Over the past 4 years, these members of the commission have worked with the county and with groups like MoCo Lamp and others to bring these stories to light. We've sponsored events, we've tried to inspire activity, we've supported educational programs, we've engaged in works to try to lift up the inequities and inhumanity and some of the history of racial covenants. We've question the role that the arts can play in how we commemorate and lift up heinous activity, we've engaged in commemorative spaces. And as Alexa alluded, most recently, we erected 2 markers at the County Council building to honor Mr. John Diggs Dorsey and Mr. Sidney Randolph. But as we talk about legacy, I'd like to lift up one of the lasting impacts that I think is most significant. Over the last 4 years, we've ensured that in Montgomery County, this will be November will be Remembrance and Reconciliation Month. And all of the types of activities that I alluded to have taken place in that month. But for the first time in this county's history, due to the hard work of some of our commission members in this room, students in Montgomery County Public Schools hear this history. The history of these 3 men and the stories of local African-American stories are a part of curriculum, that are a part of what's told to those students every November and weaved into the curriculum throughout the year. And I'm deeply grateful and appreciative for the work that's gone into that. I know that that's not easy. As I mentioned, for 4 years now, we've dedicated this month to reflection, education, and action. We've partnered with organizations across the county to host public arts demonstrations, museum exhibits, documentary screenings, oral history work, and difficult conversations. We've engaged our youth through local history lessons, changemaker workshops, and have challenged them to grapple with this history and envision a more just one. I'd like to read the proclamation that was issued last year. Obviously, the one for this year hasn't been declared yet, but let me read this into the record. This year, 3 historical markers are being erected in Montgomery County to mark the 3 known racialized lynchings that took place in the county. Mr. George Peck was lynched on January 10th, 1880. Mr. John Diggs Dorsey was lynched on July 27th, 1880. And Mr. Sidney Randolph was lynched on July 4th, 1896. The markers being erected this year honor the lives of Mr. Peck, Mr. Diggs Dorsey, and Mr. Randolph. The markers stand as truth tellers in relation to these known incidents of lynching that occurred in Montgomery County and to the circumstances surrounding these acts of injustice and to the larger picture of Montgomery County's troubled history of violence and discrimination against African Americans. The Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission was created by the County Council to support the goal of bringing the community together to promote understanding of our history and seek reconciliation among its residents. The council acknowledged the fear and terror that lynching created among African American communities throughout the United States, but specifically in Montgomery County. Such violence created an environment where African Americans were treated as inferior citizens, and this traumatic violence is responsible for the persistent divisions in this county that are reflected in current inequalities and disparities, as well as weakened patterns of voting and civic participation. The county was home to thousands of enslaved individuals, and the economy benefited from the exploitation of their labor. Following emancipation, segregation was enforced in schools, public facilities, and housing. Covenants and zoning plans were adopted to separate African Americans and white people, while unequal services were provided to African American neighborhoods and residents. These 3 historical markers also stand not only to name this unjust history, but to speak to us today and to prevent a repetition of such acts in the future. Montgomery County is now home to multi-ethnic communities where awareness of the deplorable racism and historical discrimination against African Americans cannot be assumed. The Commission intends that by openly commemorating, reflecting upon, and grieving these instances of violence, that the county can continue to work towards community-wide reconciliation. The Commission invites and encourages all residents of Montgomery County to join together in the pursuit of equity, mutual understanding, fairness, and moral justice. The Commission urges all county residents to renew these commitments each November and to engage in personal and communal commemorative acts of remembrance and reconciliation. And this year, when we issue that proclamation again, we'll acknowledge the 160th anniversary of Emancipation Day on November 1st to kick off this important month. And we will also invite to hear examples of active reconciliation taking place in our community, things like what's happening in Washington Grove and Emory Grove, because we know that we are people that sometimes need to see it to believe it, but to know that we're not just talking about reconciliation, but that people are actively engaged in acts of reconciliation so that we might be able to lift them up and share. And we invite you all. MoCo Lamp has been an active participant throughout the year, especially in November, to lift up and engage in events. But we ask you and all of your organizations to support us in this month's work. As I do this work, I'm constantly reminded of how personal this history is. I'm also the great-great-grandson of Gary Green, who was born into slavery in 1832 here in Rockville. My great-great-grandmother and her children were enslaved in Quince Orchard, one of those free communities that we talked about. I often think about my ancestor, Gary, traveling along Darnestown Road, the very road where Mr. Diggs Dorsey and Mr. Randolph were apprehended, the same road that passes the site of their lynchings, the same road that leads us here to the universities at Shady Grove. I can imagine Gary walking that road, perhaps aware of the fates of Mr. Peck, Mr. Diggs Dorsey, and Mr. Randolph. I wonder if he knew them. I wonder if he mourned them. Did he know them? Did he fear for his own life, the lives of his children? This is not ancient history. This is my family's story. This is our county's story. This is an American story. The trauma of these events has been passed down from generation to generation. And I do this work not only to honor Mr. Peck, Mr. Diggs Dorsey, and Mr. Randolph, but to reclaim power for my own community. By confronting this history, by speaking the names of those who were victims of racial terror, by erecting these markers that tell the truth of what happened, we're taking steps forward toward healing. As I mentioned, last November, we installed those markers. Those markers are reminders of our history. They're a commitment to justice and equality. They stand as silent sentinels, challenging us to do better and to be better. But as I remind our commission and our community, they aren't an ending, but a beginning. We know that these weren't acts of individual vigilante justice. These were acts of community terror. And accordingly, they require a whole of community response. I remember in one of our community conversations, someone tried to slow down the process. They asked, this isn't who we are anymore. These sentiments happened a long time ago. Why do we need to put up a memorial if this isn't who we are anymore? And I say this is an opportunity for us to say exactly who we are, without equivocation, in one voice. Because it matters. Because Black lives matter. Because racial inequity matters. Because educational inequity matters. Because wealth inequity matters. Because all of these things have a persistent reality today. Because it matters. I know my time is up. I just want to thank the Commission for your important work in bringing these truths to light across our state. I think your efforts, combined with the tremendous efforts of the people in this room at the local level, are crucial in addressing the long-standing impacts of racial terror and moving towards a more just and equitable society. We know that the path towards reconciliation is long and winding, but importantly, it begins with truth. It requires us to confront uncomfortable truths, to acknowledge ongoing injustices, and to commit ourselves to the hard work of change. Because though long and winding, it is a necessary journey if we're ever to heal the wounds of our past and create a truly just and equitable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Commissioner Dupree Wilson, and thank you to our expert witnesses for your testimonies. And yes, you all are experts in one way or another. And we appreciate the insight that you shared with us this afternoon. So we will now begin our transition to the final portion of our hearing, which is the space that we make for public comment. And with that, I will recognize Commissioner Amy Millen, who leads our Logistics Committee for the Commission, who will remind us of our policy around public comments and also read comments that have been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, as a reminder, comments may be provided via email at mltrc@maryland.gov or here in person. Please provide your name and organizational affiliation, if any, when submitting your comment. Please limit your comment or question to no more than 3 sentences. Questions and comments must be limited to the topic of discussion for today's hearing. If your comment or question is off topic, it will not be included in the hearing. Comments and questions should be presented with decorum and the respect appropriate for conducting this public hearing. Any comments or questions containing obscene language or language inciting imminent violence will not be addressed. Finally, and as a reminder, please note that members of the media may be present during today's hearing, and as such, public comments and questions may be broadcast or printed by news outlets. At this time, we have not received any comments via email, and I'll continue checking that. I have received 2 written comments from individuals attending in person today. I will read those. And then we may invite folks to come to the podium. The first question, and again, I'll just remind you, please include your name to your comments. So this first one does not have a name. Can the research committee speak to any reason or reasons that the city of Baltimore was used as a lynching prevention tactic? Would you like a response?
Oh, okay. So thank you for that question. And so as a lynching scholar, one of the things that I've seen in terms of the research is that Baltimore was considered to be a safe haven for the large black population that was there, the black political leaders, civil rights leaders, and newly minted attorneys that were serving as civil rights advocates for the region. And so that's one of the reasons why time and time again throughout almost every case that we see, there is a hope in many ways for black communities to reach Baltimore City because it appears to be that Baltimore is this beacon of opportunity and a space where they felt that they had the power and numbers to get the support that they needed to get justice.
Yeah, I will just also add that, again, sort of just going back to the history of Baltimore as, having the largest free black population in the antebellum United States. I think, there was a long history. And again, it was, the Baltimore's African-American community that in many ways kept the Republican Party alive in the state of Maryland. And so I think there is that history and there is that legacy. But Baltimore was not alone in being seen as places of refuge. In the research that I've done, I've seen certainly the most immediately comes to mind is Washington County. Again, there was no lynching. Because, again, in 1901, I believe it was Stanley Moxley, and I've mentioned him in other places, was arrested and, alleged to have assaulted a white woman in Hancock, in Washington County. And, he was arrested. And the sheriff had the presence of mind to move him to Hagerstown, the county seat, before the lynch mob got to the jail in Hancock. As a result of that, he ended up spending, I think, 3 months in prison, but ultimately had a trial in which it came out that that there was a consensual, clandestine sexual relationship with that white woman. And he was then, basically, he was in jail for a month, and then he was sentenced 3 months as a result of that. But we have that record because they moved him. And there were other places. I mean, again, I think it was, there was another one in blanking on where, but the man Page Jupiter, literally, they moved him, I think it was in southern Maryland. They got him out of the county jail literally about 10 minutes before the mob got there. He was eventually tried, found guilty, and executed. But here again, I mean, we see these moments where, sheriffs have the presence of mind, and the capacity. So, when they, it's like, again, what my students and I call, that brute Negro narrative, they came, it's like, and part of that was, the mob came, overpowered the sheriffs or, the people, responsible for the jail. I mean, it raises the question, to what extent, where these things happen and the lynchings happen, to what extent were these people complicit? Because if, and again, we can show instances where they had the presence of mind and they did what they needed to do to protect these, ostensible, criminals, and again, there were dispositions of these cases where, in these instances where the lynchings happened, let's talk about the complicity and why couldn't they have prevented it. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. Another,
I was just going to say very quickly, we must also talk about the legal community in Baltimore, which is also another source of protection. We talked about the Mitchell family, and Lily Carroll Jackson, and also the legal apparatus of the NAACP, and also of the Communist Party. The Communist Party would represent Black defendants who were falsely accused of rape by white women. And in most instances, the goal was to get those lawyers there as quickly as possible before the lynching even occurred. And Baltimore was a major hub for that. And as time went on, you're going to start to see the NAACP take on more rape cases, although they did not want to in the beginning. But once the Communist Party started doing it, there was this level of competition, like, oh, they're doing it, we're going to do it now too. So I think we also must look at the legal community in Baltimore to see and recognize that that also was one of the major reasons why people saw it as this hub of protection for lynching victims.
So we have questions and comments submitted by Pat Ford Neal at Prince George's County Lynching Memorial Project. Her comments are quite extensive, and they reflect some sort of user experience at the commission and visitor experience at the commission hearing. So I will be sure to share those back. Actually, they will be reviewed by the logistics committee. But she does ask some specific questions. As a Black resident of Prince George's County, Maryland, I am deeply concerned about the outreach to the local Black communities in Maryland. Her questions follow. How are the hearings made public? How can someone obtain a written copy of the testimonies? Is there distribution to website flyers, local newspapers, to local schools, churches, recreation centers, etc.? So I think probably speaking a lot about the communication from the commission out to the communities, if somebody would like to address that.
So we can certainly say that it continues to be a work in progress, and we have been pursuing the resources that allow us to be able to tell a more full story and to share that with the communities that need to hear it most. In terms of the transcripts, we have had some generous support from spaces like Dr. Michelle Gowerk of Loyola University, Maryland, with whom and her students have transcribed some of our previous hearings. I'm sure that will continue to be the case with this hearing as well. It's all about relationship building, and we can certainly say, again, that is a work in progress. We continue to make this story known to as many spaces as need to hear it, which we would say is everyone. But again, I continue to acknowledge that it is work that we continue to do as a commission. I'm very grateful for the resource and the capacity that has grown since this journey started 5 years ago. We have been at this for a good while, and I'm grateful that we've had more time to do this work that was necessary. So we are mindful and cognizant of the reach that we currently have, and we certainly hope that this work does not and will not end with this commission. We are very much thinking about the preservation of this information and how it can be disseminated. So when hearing from Mr. Green and hearing that this history in Montgomery County is disseminated through education, I'm presuming in the public school system, that's a game changer. That's a game changer. And that is certainly the things that we are taking into consideration as we think about the impact that this history can have as we not just disseminate our findings and our work, but what is the lasting legacy of this commission. It very much is how we tell this story and where we tell this story. And as always, we welcome the people, I won't say the public, the people, to share their insight, to share their thoughts, to share their questions, because this is actively shaping the lasting legacy of this commission. So we very much have you all in mind. And if we have fallen short, we're going to continue to get better. We still got time.
Thank you. At this time, there are no additional comments that have been posted on.
Amy, I'm sorry. We do have one additional comment that's getting ready to come in.
Oh, you are welcome to come and present from the podium. Please, as a reminder, to state your name, any organizational affiliation, and we're asking that comments are sort of brief in nature. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Tabor, and while I'm affiliated and have been involved in this work through the efforts of the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project, as well as the Maryland Lynching Project, I'm coming to speak as an individual in terms of my response to some of the things I heard today. Really quite narrow in scope. But one of the questions often, and Alexa Frazier spoke to this, is why do we do this work and why is this work being done? And I think we have lots of answers for that. And Jason Green also spoke to it in terms of educating our kids. But I'd like to think about it a little bit differently. I was aware that the governor, when Sidney Randolph was murdered, had issued this $1,000 award, but I may have forgotten about it. So my question is, what would that look like today? And would our governor, or would this state commission, think about suggesting that maybe we should have a reward, even today, for solving these unsolved crimes? We all watch on television how there are unsolved crimes and people are being found even after 30 and 40 years of searching. Do these not merit the same? So that's a question. Perhaps we could have an unsolved crimes commission. The other is, one of the challenges that I learned of working with Jim Stowe and Jason Green and Moko Lamp is that in Montgomery County, counties, we do keep records on hate crimes, but not all of the counties contribute to that data. What's happening on the state level? Is the state gathering data on hate crimes throughout the state? Are all counties required? And if they don't submit this, what are the consequences? If there are no consequences, can we not turn our eyes otherwise and say, okay, we understand that? So if we want to make progress, I think, on documenting what the conditions are today in terms of eliminating race, hate, and working towards, as Alexa Frazier mentioned, a society free of injustice, a society where justice, fairness is developed not only for us today, but for our children and our children's children. This might be one way to get there. There may be other ways, but documenting, holding people accountable, and looking closely at what is the racial climate today. What is the climate of discrimination today, and how we might be able to intervene on that? Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just briefly respond to some of those comments, because that's, getting to the work of the Reconciliation Committee. And if you're not doing anything on Monday after the general meeting for the commission, we're going to be meeting at 2 o'clock, Bowie State University. We're also available online if you'd like to join in those conversations. But some of the things that we've been talking about, again, education, making sure that the history of racial terror lynching is included in curricula across the state. We've been talking about trying to issue posthumous indictments. Now that we're getting names of people, who were members of the mob, to at least symbolically, show that, we know who you are, we know what you did, so that there is at least that level of accountability. We are actively soliciting and discussing ideas for what should reparations look like, what should accountability look like, coming from family members, coming from community members. What should this look like statewide? Again, I was just talking with folks and saying, yeah, we need to think about, making sure that we invite law enforcement, state's attorney's offices to provide testimony. And one of the things we're working on is an upcoming, hearing tentatively February 8th. We're thinking about, in Annapolis, but having that hearing where we talk specifically about reparations and reconciliation. And again, the institutional involvement of law enforcement, state's attorney's offices, the media, and their roles in creating a climate that enabled racial terror lynching, but also to talk about how are they going to respond and take responsibility for their roles in enabling that culture of racial terror lynching. These are huge questions, and they have huge implications. And yeah, I want to make sure that we address those questions and that there is an accounting for, and to the extent that we can have accountability, because we're never going to get justice. But if we can at least get a measure of accountability and have that moving forward to create that sense of reconciliation, bringing us back together as a community. I think one of the great sort of myths, and Sherry Lynn Eiffel talks about this, sort of saying the presumption of reconciliation is that harm was done, and that the idea of reconciliation is to restore harm. The problem is, Jim Crow and that era of lynching was not a time of peace, to which we're trying to restore. That was heinous. And so how do we create accountability, justice to the extent that we can achieve justice? But those are ongoing conversations, and I would encourage any and everyone who wants to be part of that and has something to say or ideas about that to join our conversations in the Reconciliation Committee.
Thank you. Are there additional questions from the in-person attendees? We probably have time for one or two more questions or comments. All right, hearing none, for both online attendees and in person, again, the email address is, and I just lost it, MLTRC at maryland.gov. Thank you, I apologize. So again, we continue to collect testimony, comments, reflections, recommendations, as we just heard.
Yeah, sorry. One more thing, from the prior comment. all of the hearings, the video recordings and transcripts are available on the Commission's website. If you go to the previous hearings page, they are all there. And again, hats off and extreme gratitude to Michelle Gowrick and her students, for helping us to get those transcripts done and up on the website.
Another comment? Yes,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stowe.
You want to come down to the?
I'll bring a mic too.
Oh, right here? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I could probably didn't need the mic. But anyway, Jim Stowe, Director of the Office of Human Rights. I did want to acknowledge one of our council members, Councilmember Lori Ann Sales, who's joined us here today. And so I want to make sure we acknowledge her and her presence. Really appreciate that very much indeed. I've got a couple questions real quickly that I've got the mic here and I won't be long. One is, what happens with the report? What can we realistically believe will occur once you file the report? Will there be a next step, or will there be another dust collector like many of us have with these kinds of reports? I don't mean that in a negative way at all, but I just mean in terms of just how these things tend to sort of languish. A lot of excitement around getting them done and a lot of passion in actually accomplishing the task associated with it. But again, not really a call for action that we can see actual results of that may in fact change our communities all across the state of Maryland. So that would be the question I need to ask, and if there's any sort of information about that would be very, very helpful. The last thing simply is to suggest then that one of the issues that continues to be one of great concern to me is that I don't want this to be a revival. I really want us to make some real progress beyond the feeling that we've actually done something in terms of the various activities that we in fact have heard from today. What's the next step? How do we move beyond this? How do we not talk about this in the next iteration of the next 50 years or 100 years? Because we're having some of the same conversations in the business that I do in human rights that we had back in 1960. And so I guess I want to make sure then that we don't miss our opportunity as stewards of this time. That people will be able to say then, what did you do while you had in fact the baton in terms of leadership and in terms of trying to affect and impact our communities all across the state of Maryland. And goodness gracious, well, I'll be able to say we did something of value that we can see as a legacy of the time we spent on this topic, and more importantly, that we in fact respect the lives of those who have suffered through unmentionable kinds of disasters and also these heinous acts all across this community. The one thing I still keep in my mind that's just so upsetting to me, the lynchings were celebratory events. They were community celebrations that occurred all across the state and across, again, the South. People came in their dressed best. And also individuals who left that particular site and event took souvenirs. And some of the most sought after souvenirs were the genitalia of the men that were in fact lynched. Wow, that's our legacy? We can do better. Thank you.
So I want to, you had like a twofer there, but I want to go with the first one, first part of your question, in terms of what we plan to do after this. So just to give a quick background in terms of the history of the commission, when the commission was established, we had no budget whatsoever. So at that time, we were encouraged by Professor Sherilyn Eiffel to apply for the Emmett Till Cold Case Investigation Fund of the Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. And we thankfully received funds to be able to actually do the work that we're doing today.
Put that in context.
Yes.
Under the previous
administration. Yes. So it turned out a lot of people didn't apply for that during that administration. And so we were able to secure those funds and begin to do this work. And from the onset, we had set aside 1/3 of those funds to go towards direct action and implementing what we were charged and tasked to do under the legislation, which was to present a final report including recommendations and remedies and redress directly to the governor and the state legislature. And we're thankful now, this is why elections matter, that our executive office looks a lot different than it did when we first were established, and we're way more hopeful in terms of some of those remedies and recommendations being implemented that we present. And the second part I've already forgot. I'm sorry. What was it?
Next steps.
Oh, okay, so I kind of.
You kind of did it.
Sorry, I know y'all are getting tired of hearing from me here. But the other thing is, and again, for those of you who don't know, I'm currently living and working in Monterey, California, and following very closely what's happening with the recommendations that have come out of their reparations process. And, sort of there's a whole lot of conversation happening right now about the bills that Governor Newsom vetoed and the ones that he signed. And so I'm watching this very closely. In fact, I've been in touch with a couple of members of that commission, and I'm hopefully going to be able to get them to come and join some of our meetings as we move forward so that we can see, what did they do, what should we avoid, how should we, sort of figure out how to make this more effective so that when we get to making recommendations and translating them into legislation that they will pass and that they will be signed by the governor. In a lot of ways, we are blazing a trail here, but we want to make sure we get it right and that those recommendations coming out of the final report are going to translate easily into legislation. Now, what happens once it gets into the legislature, that's going to be beyond our purview. But, we need to make sure that we do our bit to make sure that, we have the best shot possible at making some substantial transformation and change.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that this is a iterative process, and that's why every progression that has happened is important, even when it did fail, right? There's precedent, right? There's precedent for the movement that has happened, and we very much recognize back in 2019 that we were, like you said, blazing a trail. We're setting a precedent. This is a new paradigm, and we take that very seriously. So while this specific history may be attuned to racial terror lynchings between 1854 and 1933 officially, this is a referendum on racism. Because part of the story that we're telling is how all these different systems were complicit in the taking of Black lives. This stuff didn't happen in a vacuum, so it would be hypocritical, it would be antithetical to the point of this commission to not cover all those bases. So we are very much thinking about, again, the dissemination of this information. One of the things that I'm happy to talk about is a class that we're working on between Morgan State University and Loyola University, Maryland, that is specifically meant to serve the needs of this commission with the aim of how we disseminate this story to young people. Necessary. Absolutely necessary. The conversation that Nick was uplifting about reparations, yeah, I said the R word, reparations, yeah, we're talking about it, right? It's very much on the table. But we want to make sure that it doesn't just sit in the laps of policymakers and lawmakers, that it actually gets done. So we are very much grateful for the advancements that have happened since this commission has come to be. When it comes to reminding people that this history has not ended, it has evolved. Yeah, George Floyd's lynching made a huge difference because everyone had a modern reference point. We all had to see that. We weren't doing anything because of COVID-19. We were in our homes. So we knew, as unfortunate as the taking of that life was, and I'd rather have George Floyd here than not here, we knew that it would serve a greater purpose because now people couldn't see this as a hypothetical, as a, no. 4 years ago, bingo. We have to take those examples, as unfortunate as they are, they do serve the purpose of reminding people that this still exists. And that is part of, again, the reconciliation to justice, and I know we are very iffy with these terms because of greater context, but the truth that we're trying to share, not just of the history, but of the present, so that we are adjusting the future. And I very much say, given my background, This is very important public health work. This is public health in action. Equity, justice, diversity, inclusion, belonging, every other term you want to give me is public health. Therefore, it does matter because health matters. So we are taking all these things very seriously, and we beseech you, I'm using the old word, beseech you, right? Truly, we beseech. Spirit is moving, I guess. but we call on you, we ask you, we plead with you. Give us your insight. Give us your wisdom. Give us your recommendations. Give us your suggestions. This all helps to make for a more holistic remedy to this history, to get as much justice as is possible given the circumstances. This is an active participation, right? To my teachers out there. We don't just want y'all, sitting and just, you can be a part of this movement. I would like to think that you all took your time out this Saturday on some beautiful weather, by the way. Love this weather, right? On this beautiful day to take in this history, to be reminded of this history, to be galvanized by this history, to be empowered by this history, because there is something that we have and are already doing about it. Your presence here is an act of resistance. Honor that. And there's more work to do. So don't let this be the last time we see you, hear from you, all that kind of stuff. Nah, we still got a lot to do.
Are we closed? Was that the close?
Oh, was that the close? No, I still got 10 minutes. Nah.
I'll speak. This officially concludes the public comments portion of the hearing. But again, please submit your comments via the email.
All right, now bad to me. All right, thank you for that, Commissioner Millen. So at this time, we do want to recognize our dignitaries that are in the space. We know we had some that came in earlier. State Delegate Greg Wims, you took it away from me. Councilmember Sales, thank you for being here. Any other dignitaries who are here? My apologies for not having your name at this moment, but we recognize your presence. We appreciate you being here. This does not happen without legislation. It is literally lawmakers that brought us into being. So we're grateful to them, all of them. From Western Maryland all the way down to the Eastern Shore. Everybody said yes to this. Everybody said yes to this. If there's any opposition, everybody said so. If you had an issue with it, talk to your policymakers. They said yes to this. And we continue to need your support. We continue to need your help to make sure that we actualize everything that this law calls for us to do. So again, we thank you for your presence. So at this time, I also want to give much appreciation to Event Stream Team, our esteemed group for helping to capture this moment. Again, this is part of the preservation that is critical to the work of this commission. We want to thank the universities at Shady Grove for the provision of this beautiful space in order to have this hearing. Certainly to Maryland State Police for just making sure we felt good about being in this space. Thank you to our ASL team. Thank you very much. Thank you to Living and Growing. Again, this is a holistic effort that requires so much to, again, our expert witnesses, to the organizations that are supporting us. MoCo LMP, right? I like saying MoCo LMP. Thank you all for being here. Thank you again for being on the ground doing this work before us and after us. This does not end with this commission. It should not end with this commission. We just want to make sure that the momentum remains strong even after we sunset. So again, thank you all. Thank you to our project manager, Trish Boyle, for helping to keep us on point. Thank you to our commissioners who are here in person, and our commissioners who are joining us virtually. You all are appreciated. So at this time, I want to recognize my vice chair, Commissioner Chavis, for any closing remarks he may have.
I think you got everything, but I did want to reiterate the thanks and appreciation for this community for being a part of this process and for collaborating. You all made a choice to be able to do all the amazing work that you're doing. As Chair Fakunle mentioned, we have a finite end in terms of the work of this commission, and after we are done with our work and we've submitted our report, this work has to continue, and this community, this county should be proud of those who came to this table to begin and continue this work. Thank you so much.
So to bring it on home, at this time, I move that we accept the testimony heard from this community on this historic day with this historic hearing. Is there a second? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Well, the commissioner's at home, but we good. Motion carries. Thank you all. To my fellow commissioners, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the incredible work that we have done to have this moment, and I know that we all know that the work continues. So I will not belabor the point. I said a lot already. I'm just going to say I'm grateful that you're here. Please honor yourselves for being a part of this history. Please be galvanized to know that the work continues. Please know that we can accomplish everything we said we're going to do with this commission and then some. Please use this moment, this momentum to fight for the justice, fight for the truth, fight for the freedom, fight for the liberation that is absolutely necessary for all of us. Freedom is individual, liberation is collective. It's for all of us, all of us. We honor those who have left us. We honor those who are here. We honor those who are to come. I know for many of us, we do this for our children. So I will say my children's names, Cruz Matisse and Valentina Marie. I do it for them. I do it for his children. I do it for all of our children. I do it for me. I do it for all of y'all. We do it for each other. Love will always be the answer. Love will always be the answer. So with that, I close my statement and I bring this hearing to an end. Yes. Oh, yeah. So if you love what you heard this afternoon, we invite you to our next, thank you. We invite you to our next business meeting, which will be happening on this Monday. It will be taking place on the grounds of Bowie State University. Let me see if I can quickly bring up the specific location. If anybody gets it faster than me, please, thank you. And again, members of the public, as with all of our business meetings, are welcome to attend. So if you would like to join us in person or even virtually, that will always be available. Thank you. Okay, it will be at the Student Center. That is 14,000 Jericho Park Road, Bowie, Maryland, 20715, because zip codes are important. We start at 11:30 a.m. We will end no later than 1:30 p.m. And we will then transition to various committee meetings, logistics, reconciliation, and I'm not sure, research. Are you also meeting on Monday the 7th?
I believe so.
Okay, so all three of our committees will have their meetings following the monthly business meeting. If we end earlier, then they will start shortly thereafter, but we must have lunch because food is important. Take care of your bodies. And again, this is the way that you can continue to remain in partnership with us, to continue to hold us accountable so that we do what we're supposed to do. And again, make sure that this is a collective effort to achieve the justice, the reconciliation, the peace, and the love that is all deserved. So with that, thank you for being here. Safe travels to wherever your destination may be. And again, to my commissioners, to staff, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. All right.
And I will just add, Ms. Rhonda does have parking passes, so she's going to be at the front door to meet you all. Commissioners, I have yours. Thank you all.
I parked on the street.
Aw.
Word.